Who also has a chance to win the Tour was Eric Brooking. The Dutch have known great frustration in the Tour. One of their greatest cyclists, Joop Zoetemelk, won in 1980, but was more famous for finishing second 6 times.
But Eric Brooking came to Luxembourg with one aim, to challenge for the lead in the Tour de France, and this hilly opening time trial suited the Dutchman well. He's on one of the most complete teams in the race. They are strong in all departments, so Brooking knew a good performance would also earn him the confidence of his Panasonic team.
The man with the aerodynamic haircut grabbed the lead by 10 seconds. It was the type of ride the great Eddy Merckx was famous for when he won the Tour 5 times. The next man to come close to Brooking's time was a bit of a pleasant surprise. Greg LeMond was that man. LeMond won nothing yesterday, but his eventual 4th place finish was a small victory, Sam Posey, over bad luck and his body, which had betrayed him for 2 years.
Al, he's riding in his first Tour since he was injured in a free hunting accident after winning the 1986 race, and he told us he needed strong performances in these first stages for his own self-confidence, to prove to himself he can come back.
Greg LeMond's performance was a great morale booster. He held second for a time, and he finally finished in 4th place. He's confirmed his great comeback. It's the sort of comeback that Jacques Godet, who retired from the Tour 2 years ago after 50 Tours de France, would appreciate.
Andy Hampsten was looking to do 2 things in the prologue: have a good solid ride and avoid major mistakes. It can be said both goals were reached.
Andy has the overview of a man trying to win the whole race, not just a stage like Greg LeMond. And this ride was planned to give him the best possible results for the least effort.
Hampsten finished 20th, 17 seconds back. But after only 5 miles, that's not an amount of time you worry about at all. Laurent Fignon has had bad luck similar to Greg LeMond's over the past few years, but looking at him now, you get the feeling, with his recent win in the Tour of Italy and this ride yesterday, that he is going to be to this race what museums are to his native Paris, prominent in its plans.
Of all the riders, I find Fignon the most charismatic. He's just plain fascinating to watch, whether he's on a bike or just walking around.
Fignon would finish second. A good statement for him. Some men reflect their surroundings, and some do not. Sean Kelly of Ireland, looking calm, determined, and committed, not reflecting the commotion that was going on behind him. For when one cyclist leaves the start house, the next one is supposed to be in position. Pedro Delgado was not, and everyone was wondering where he was.
Unaware that Delgado was being posted missing, Kelly got down to work. There are 4 Irish riders in the Tour de France, but the one who always wins the heart of his public is Sean Kelly. He's on a new team this year, and this has given him fresh pasture and fresh determination. This ride yesterday was an inspired effort by the ex-world #1. When he finished, he had the 3rd best time.
Then came the day's big event. Pedro Delgado's start time of 5:17 came and went. The start house remained empty. Some said all Pedro had to do to win the Tour was show up. All he had to do to win the Tour was show up.
You got to juggle 10 things all at once and get them done right. Get them done before lunch. How are you going to do it? Well, you're going to PS to it with the IBM PS2. You can do things with micro-channel that other computers just can't handle. You got an edge in power and speed. You're a forward thinker. Yes, indeed. How are you going to do it? Easy. You're going to PS to it. The solution is IBM.
There are vitamins you take because you feel you have to, and vitamins you take because you want to. Vitamins can be flaky, bumpy, crispy, crunchy, and taste so good. It's Kellogg's Product 19 with 100% vitamin nutrition. The only high nutrition flake made with the wholesome goodness of 4 grains, including oats. Kellogg's Product 19. Flaky, bumpy, crispy, crunchy, tasty vitamins.
Jeep Racing Team, the winningest team in off-road racing, goes nowhere without Craftsman tools. From their durable precision power tools to hand tools that are guaranteed forever. So, make sure it's a Craftsman, because you don't want to get stuck with anything else.
The Tour de France, this ABC Sports exclusive, is brought to you by IBM. How you gonna do it? PS to it.
There was no Spanish hero to see the banners. There was no Spanish hero to be seen. 197 cyclists had gone, and only Pedro Delgado remained. But the honored guest hadn't arrived. At the sign-in just minutes before his scheduled start, you could look at his face and it's calm. But in reality, Pedro's life is anything but. Every day, Segovia celebrates its past. Steeples and stones carved by the weather of 2,000 years scream out that much has happened here, and also whisper a respect of religion, architecture, and hard work. People here are screaming out again at the achievements of one Pedro Delgado, Perico, their champion. When Pedro Delgado won last year's Tour de France, every bell in Segovia rang out in unison, and jubilation spilled into the streets. Pedro had brought glory to his city.
In the area of sports, I would dare say that this is the most important event ever to have occurred in this city. Everyone was cheering the victory in a completely wholesome and spontaneous way. There was an absolute explosion of happiness and excitement.
It is now several months since the Tour de France, and to the people of Segovia, Pedro Delgado is still their hero. He is philosophical about his own success.
For me, success is something very ephemeral. Today you are a success. Tomorrow you are not. Someone else is a success. Success at sports is not too important to me. Success at life is more important. Finding a person you can live with and be happy and content with forever.
For the past 3 years, that person has been Ludi, a law student at the University of Madrid who has been with Pedro during his most difficult times, such as last year during the Tour de France drug scandal. Although he eventually did wear the yellow jersey in Paris, that famous shirt was hiding some scars.
It did affect me negatively. After 2 or 3 years, perhaps people will start to forget. But today, yes, there is a negative effect.
When Pedro began competing at the age of 15, he never could have foreseen the controversy or success that would come. All he knew was that Mom didn't want him to ride.
At first, she didn't like it much because I fell and came home bruised. After, when I started to win, it made her happy. She was my biggest fan.
In 1986, during the Tour de France, Pedro's mother, his biggest fan, died. And what we saw then was another reminder that the heart truly does control the body and the mind. For with that news, the spirit he needed to continue died too. Heartbroken, he quit the race. 2 years later, inspiration was born from the morning, when Pedro won the Tour de France. Upon returning home, the very first stop he made was at the cemetery where his mother is buried. And there, he finally shared victory with her. Only then did he join the celebration taking place in town. He will always love her, as well as cycling. But unfortunately, one love must go on without the other. Pedro had been somewhere on a back street in Luxembourg. After the race, he said, "I don't know what I was thinking about." But Pedro had done it again. For the story was him. He left the start house 2 minutes and 42 seconds behind.
Delgado believes in all things nice in life, his home, his family, and his bicycle racing. But yesterday, and above all, he had to believe in himself. He knew before he arrived late, he totally miscalculated his warm-up time, a stupid mistake often made by an amateur rider. But Delgado is a professional. This ride yesterday was exceptional. It had to be. and without the late start time added, he would have finished 13th, normally considered a great response from a non-specialist of the time trial. As it was, he finished last with the slowest time of the 198 riders.
Delgado's drug scandal, so-called, went like this. During last year's race, rumors spread that Pedro had tested positive, but the Tour officials at first refused to comment. The drug he was alleged to have used was a masking agent for steroids. Next, it turned out that that drug was on the Olympic Committee's list of banned substances, but it was not illegal on the Tour de France. So officials announced that Delgado would not be penalized, without having ever said that he had been caught with the drug in the first place. In other words, he wasn't guilty, but he wasn't innocent either. Thus the cloud and the sense of mystery that shrouds this man.
The ability of the crowd to immediately grasp what was happening here was uncanny. They knew the delay between Kelly and Delgado was too long and abnormal, and that something was wrong. A popular player received their rousing support that had been there for him before. Pedro Delgado had hoped to erase the thoughts of drugs that swirled around him a year ago by a strong effort in the 1989 Tour de France. This was not the way to get things started. So what had happened on this curious day? Eric Breukink had won himself the yellow jersey and Greg LeMond a vote of confidence, while Pedro Delgado had finished dead last. So there he was, the first hero of the Tour de France, the son of a bicycle manufacturer from the Netherlands, Eric Breukink. Time is everything on the Tour, and Delgado knows it. So what was the damage? Remembering that last year in just a few mountain stages, Delgado had gained 6 minutes going on to win. He knew it was time to be calm.
It was only the prologue, so the whole Tour de France lies ahead, and I'm fine. It was just a setback for me, but not for my hopes for these first days. I think the rest of this tour will be very much better.
Preparing for today's first stage, Pedro is surrounded by his teammates, and you can bet they make sure he starts on time today.
There's finally a little guy that does everything the big guys do. Introducing Minolta's Maxxum 3000i, the world's smallest, most affordable autofocus SLR. The first easy little camera that does all with any lens. And big camera technology in a small body means results that are absolutely incredible. The big little Maxxum 3000i.
Only from the mind of Minolta.
You don't have to be a professional athlete to know the importance of including whole grains in your diet. But of these leading cereals, only one is made with 100% whole grain. Only Wheaties. So only Wheaties has the whole grain nutrition you want, no matter what field you're in. Just ask Oral Hershiser. Better get your whole grain.
Better eat your Wheaties.
Over its life, a Motorcraft battery delivers enough energy to light up a small park. Like Candlestick Park. Shouldn't you install that peace of mind? Motorcraft quality parts from Ford. A Motorcraft spark plug has to fire 500 times a minute. Over its life, that's a spark 5 miles long. Shouldn't you install that peace of mind? Motorcraft quality parts from Ford.
I used pressure-treated lumber and still have expensive water damage. Why?
Even treated wood needs Thompson's Water Seal. It penetrates to protect wood, brick, and concrete from water damage. Thompson's, the first name in lasting protection.
Electricity? Hey, no problem. Want to know any more? Ask Ace what I do.
The Intermatic programmable timer is just $397, and his lightweight angle broom is a best buy, just $147.
Hey, Ace is the place for me.
ABC's
wide world of sports brings you all-around competition. First, they swept the gold in Seoul. Now, the world's top two teams meet in the European Women's Gymnastics Championships. Then, coverage of the Tour de France continues with the second week of this grueling test. All on ABC's Wide World of Sports, Saturday.
Conventional wisdom holds that the prologue, which comprises only 10 minutes of a race that takes almost 90 hours to run, is virtually meaningless. But yesterday's prologue, thanks to Pedro Delgado, was another matter. And I think also, if you look closely at the results, you will see some facts that are extremely encouraging to American hopes in this year's Tour. Greg LeMond, for example, was looking for a morale-boosting ride, and he got that with his 4th place. And for Andy Hampsten, he had satisfaction not only of his own good performance, but of the solid performance of the team upon which he will be counting so much in today's team time trials and, of course, over the next 3 weeks. That team is the only American-sponsored team in the race, 7-Eleven. The riders of today's 7-Eleven team were little boys before they fell in love with the world of cycling, and before any of them might have wondered how riding a bike could possibly pay the rent when they grew up. A chain of stores was going up as fast as they were, and the stores sold a drink called a Slurpee.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Bart Lombardi. Yeah, in my science class, aren't you?
Slurpees, just when you need them, only at 7-Eleven, the sign of the times.
Team Slurpee, as it was affectionately known, was born in 1980. By 1984, they were ready for the Olympics, and 6 team riders won medals. After the Olympics, 7-Eleven turned pro, leaving home race in the big time against the Europeans. The team's ascent was spectacular, and it provided a showcase for new American talent. Maturing along with the team was a young rider named Ann Hampsten, and with Hampsten, 7-Eleven reached new heights last year with victory in the Tour of Italy. Hampsten in Italy was brilliant, particularly on this day when he mastered the Gavia Pass in brutal conditions. It was a ride which earned Hampsten and 7-Eleven the respect of the European cycling community. Eager to display its form in front of the folks at home, the team entered the Tour de Trump this spring, winning with Norway's Dag Otto Lorentzen, while Hampsten rested for the big one ahead, the Tour de France. L'Abbaye, Switzerland. The team is based in the heart of Europe, but it has a distinctly non-European training philosophy, less regimented. Wives are allowed to room with their husbands. The atmosphere is relaxed and fun. The name on the frame of the bike is that of the man who supplied the bike, Eddie Merckx, the Cannibal. Lately, the Cannibal has developed a soft spot for the team and occasionally rides with them.
As soon as we learned about the sport 10, 15 years ago, he was the man. And here he is just kind of hanging out with us in Switzerland, going training. And he's doing a lot, helping me and the other riders with positioning and, you know, really fine-tuning our bicycles.
I have a lot of experience now, and so I think it's good for the guys too if I come over and to pump them up for the last days.
What the team must do in the Tour is to help Hampsten in every way possible. Formations are practiced which shelter him from the wind, and strategies are planned to wear down his rivals. He is their star, and they know it. But when the team is off duty, it's another matter. Everyone's a star, or, if you're Roy Nickman on this day, a birthday boy. The team has come a long way in 9 years, and a lot of Slurpees have been sold to make it all possible. The kids like to race bikes have grown up into young men for whom fun means not only riding, but riding to win.
Like 7-Eleven, its team has now stretched across many borders. 6 countries are represented in the 9 cyclists on the squad. This Slurpee has an international flavor, and today, stage 1 is on their mind. In a moment, why the Tour de France is what it is.
They said we'd never make it, that you were too headstrong and I too set in my ways. But we fooled them, didn't we, Maggie? 10 years ago today, and I wouldn't trade one crazy minute of it. our baby girl, my measly raise, our little fights over money, the laughs, the whole 9 yards. So sit yourself down and give me your hand just one more time, Maggie.
Patty Schoenfeld is deaf, but an IBM computer lets her talk a phone. Art Sweet is almost blind, but can read a bank statement. And Madge Pentecost has trouble using her arms, but uses a computer by aiming an infrared beam. IBM provides information about special equipment like this, so more people with disabilities can use their abilities. Write IBM Box C-1030, Atlanta, Georgia.
Sunday.
There was contamination in our section.
They would do anything to keep her quiet.
They're trying to kill me.
Kurt Russell, Cher, and Meryl Streep. Silkwood, Sunday.
The place is cool. Jump, gotta jump. The place is hot. Jump, gotta jump. It's the kind of place that's just your kind of fun. Gotta jump to the Trump Plaza. You're looking great. Gotta jump. Proud sight. 'Cause you're looking very, very Trump tonight. Ooh-wee. Trump Plaza is for me. Gotta jump to the Trump Plaza. Gotta jump.
You're looking at the best legs in New York sports. They belong to Corey McFerrin, and there isn't a faster pair of legs in New York. Because they cover everything, from football to baseball, from basketball to hockey. When you move this fast, you really gotta love your work. We're on our way. And nobody loves sports more than Corey. Get all the sports from Corey McFerrin on Eyewitness News. It's the only place you'll catch him, sitting still.
Looking for a way to make a better steak? Try something that actually makes the steak better. A 20-minute marinade in Lee & Perrins, Worcestershire. That's better.
Let's see what's going to That's okay.
Trying to make your next meatloaf more appealing? Try something that actually makes the meat more appealing. Lee & Perrins, Worcestershire. That's better.
Kurt Russell in The Mean Season, tonight at 11:45.
The tour is made up of a lot more than just the sights and sounds of France. There is such a diversity of origin, of personality, and of opinion. To understand what all the excitement is about, you have to go back, way back. 1989 marks the bicentennial of the French Revolution, which has affected the lives of everyone in this country in countless ways. It is as large a part of France's heritage as the rare juices of Bordeaux and Burgundy, as large a part of the spirit of France as the idea of a newspaper publisher by the name of Henri Desgrange in 1903. And quickly the world met characters like Maurice Garand, who smoked on his way to winning the first tour. The tour moved forward, but for a few exceptions. Twice it was halted by World War, and once the cyclists went on strike for a rest, but the flavor and the color of the tour always made headlines. The newspaper of Desgrange, which sponsored the race, was printed on yellow paper, and in 1919 it was deemed the leader would always wear the color of choice. There are but a few whose names are synonymous with that shirt. Frenchman Louis Bobet won 3 straight in the 50s, only to be bettered by Jacques Anquetil, the first to win 5. He would arrogantly predict his wins. He was a Norman, and Normandy's rivalry with Brittany, centuries old, came to life again when Bernard Hinault, a Breton, tied Anquetil's mark. They called him the Badger, dangerous when cornered. Cycling's greatest name, however, came from across the border. Eddy Merckx, another 5-time winner, was Belgian, and his nickname, the Cannibal. The inspiration to chase the legend and beat the French at their own game lives on. 1986, America wins its first. 1987, Stephen Roche becomes the Toast of Ireland. And in 1988, Spain's Pedro Delgado shut out the French again. Mountains, some, like Alpe d'Huez, as famous as the riders. First climbed in 1952, it has become nature's arena, where the Tour de France is often lost as many times as it is won. Look carefully, and you'll see broken dreams lying on the slope. Climbing Mont Ventoux in 1967, Tom Simpson, the only Englishman to wear the yellow jersey, collapsed and died. Days later, it was discovered that the only man to die in the race had amphetamines in his blood. Pedro Delgado's drug controversy last year almost gave the yellow jersey a black mark. Tragedy and triumph, personalities and the joy of the country. Its history reflects the history of France. In fact, it was decided that the final stage this year from Versailles to the Arc de Triomphe would honor the revolutionists who followed that route 200 years ago. So with stage one about to begin, Erik Breukink of the Netherlands and Panasonic wears the leader's yellow jersey. A scant 6 seconds behind him is the Parisian splendor, Laurent Fignon, looking to win his third Tour. Greg LeMond is right where he wants to be so early in the race as his comeback continues, while Pedro Delgado has the most difficult job of all. Almost 3 minutes to make up, but 2,025 miles to do it.
You don't have to be a professional athlete to know the importance of including whole grains in your diet. But of these leading cereals, only one is made with 100% whole grain. Only Wheaties. So only Wheaties has the whole grain nutrition you want, no matter what field you're in. Just ask Oral Hershiser. Better get your whole grain.
Better eat your Wheaties. I got dirty an awful lot when I was little. What am I doing here? You know this.
You're playing baseball.
Yeah, that's right. It came natural to get dirty. Johnson's baby shampoo has been great for my hair all through my life. It's strong. It makes my hair look clean. It makes my hair feel clean, and it's gentle. Look at this kid's hair. I think it looks good.
Johnson's baby shampoo, now also with conditioners for extra control.
I shower 4 or 5 times a day. It's never made me cry.
Johnson's, for the life of your hair.
Every bone in my body hurt. The doctor said nothing was broken. He gave me a different medicine. It's in these little yellow pills. Nuprin. Got rid of that pain. Know what else? Works great on my tough headaches.
Nuprin. It's not aspirin, not Tylenol. It's ibuprofen. 2 Nuprin stop headaches better than extra-strength Tylenol.
And Nuprin's gentler on my stomach than aspirin.
Nuprin. Little, yellow, different, better.
It even worked on my worst pain.
My athlete's foot kept flaring up. I'd put it out, and it'd just flare up again. Then my doctor told me about Tinactin. It cures recurring athlete's foot. Use it regularly, and it'll keep the fire from coming back.
Tinactin puts the fire out for good.
Die-Hard, America's most trusted replacement battery. The one over 65 million have stepped up to. Now Sears introduces the most powerful Die-Hard battery ever. New Die-Hard, more power when you need it most.
The world's 2 top women's gymnastics teams meet for the European Championships. Plus, the Tour de France continues. All on ABC's Wide World Sports, Saturday.
It has been 42 years since the Tour de France has crossed into Luxembourg. The third stage of the 1947 Tour was also historic because it was the first time in 44 years that an entire stage was held outside of France. Such stages are not uncommon anymore. Stage 1 today is 84 miles long, leaving the city south towards the border of France, then along the border of West Germany, and back to downtown. Now the picture that many see when they think of images of the Tour. The cyclists are free to grab whatever position they want. It is interesting that Pedro Delgado has decided to begin the 1989 Tour de France from the rear. Ironically, that's how he stands last. Symbolically, it may reflect how he feels about himself. The peloton moves out along l'Avenue de la Liberté, lined with architecture inspired by the Renaissance and modern things inspired by something else.
Just a few kilometers after today's stage started, former Scandinavian champion Soren Lilholt attacks. Folly or bravery? Time will tell. The peloton are under the control of Erik Breukink's Panasonic team, and they seem quite disinterested. So the opportunity has been accepted. Lil Holt, who is no stranger to racing, is launching a tremendous attack. And he's on his way now to building an initial lead of 2 minutes.
He made an escape like this in the Paris-Nice race last year and stayed ahead for over 100 miles, longer than today's race. Most importantly, he won the Tour of Luxembourg 2 years ago, running over many of these same roads.
That's absolutely right, Sam, and Lil Holt is a lone race expert. He goes clear and he tries to hang on to the finish. He'll be thinking here of building a good lead and staying away all the way to the finish, because today's stage, even by Tour de France terms, is not a long way. It is possible he could get the yellow jersey.
So the peloton, the main pack of riders, moves powerfully along, comprised of one less rider than was in the group when it started. They have decided collectively that Lil Holt can be as lonely as he wants. At times, the roads were beautiful in their absence of anything except the cyclists, but every once in a while, a small group of people make their way to the roadside, and their Tour de France experience is as long as it takes the peloton to pass by. In the midst of the spirit of the peloton is Eric Broekink wearing the leader's yellow jersey. He is among other leaders that we have met so far who have all decided not to make the move.
Well, the onus is always on the team who has the leader in the yellow jersey to attack those who attack them. And nobody decided to chase the leader on the road at the moment, not even Pedro Delgado, who started this race already at a disadvantage.
Among those who are happy to cruise at this particular speed is American Andy Hampsten. He didn't expect to make any loud noises in the early stages of the Tour, just looked to be solid. And he looks comfortable where he's right now.
Quite clearly, Al, everybody feels Lil Holt is not the leader of the race.
Laurent Fignon, who finished second in the prologue yesterday, stopped for a bit of a comfort break, feeling confident enough that he'd make it back to the peloton. And the two-time winner of the Tour de France has been able to do just that.
Fignon looks relaxed. He has regained the confidence in himself that he lost during the time that he was injured. By contrast, Greg LeMond is still on the road to full recovery.
The saga of Greg LeMond, a story of betrayal, of tragedy, of glory, of family, and finally of faith in himself, of an American who made a big mark in a foreign land, an American who is now trying to do it once again. If you can't beat them, join them. Them in cycling for so long was the Europeans. And the American who decided to employ this old phrase for his own good was Greg LeMond. With his wife and children, his first foreign home was France, and now Belgium. He joined him. And when he won the Tour de France in '86, he beat him.
I came over here with the idea I wanted to win Tour de France. That was a dream for me. And I think all the Europeans have that same dream. But I had to leave my country, come here, adjust a whole different mentality, a whole different culture. I believe if I was Belgian or French, I probably would already have 2 other Tour de France victories in my palmarès or my career.
The victory was embittered by a vicious rivalry with his then teammate Bernard Hinault, who had promised support and changed his tune.
It was so difficult with the team relations, like we didn't know who to trust, and we really felt like an island, like Greg's parents and my parents and Greg and me, and that's it. And then the whole nation of France against us.
Greg hasn't raced a stage in the Tour de France since. 9 months later, a hunting accident that left 30 shotgun pellets in his body. Later, an appendectomy. But the dream to return to prominence in the race he once owned continues. However, anticipation that he would be a factor in cycling once again this season have been largely unfulfilled. 27th in the Tour de Trump, 39th in the Tour of Italy, and now a different level of expectation as the Tour de France begins.
When you have an injury, especially like I had, a hunting accident, you're brought back down to zero, below even when I turned professional. And in the meantime, you have journalists and teams and the public asking you to be as good or better than you were when you were on top within 1 year, 2 years, and that's impossible in this hard of a sport. What I'd like to do is start the Tour de France with hope of finishing it and finishing it strong. And if I can place in the top 10, I'd be very satisfied this year. After the last 2 years, getting to the Tour de France has been the most difficult point. As long as I get to it and start it and race it and finish it, it's a major accomplishment.
Greg is a rider with a full appreciation of the countryside through which he rides, its beauty, its history. Others say they only see the other riders in the peloton and the road.
Well, then Greg would be interested to know that as the peloton moves along the banks of the Moselle River, not only are they visiting some of the most important wineries in Central Europe, but a very important battle line in World War II as well. And the chase is becoming more interesting.
It is indeed, because the sleeping main peloton has allowed 2 more adventurers to escape. Acacio da Silva of Portugal on the Carrera team, trailed here by Roland Leclerc, the Frenchman on the Patanina team. And they're out to catch Soren Lilholt. And after a long chase, the 2 riders behind are about to catch Soren Lilholt, leaving the main field behind by almost 9 minutes. Now 3 men can work more efficiently than 1.
This trio now prepares to say goodbye to the vineyards on the left and the border of West Germany on the right. It's time to head back into the city as they pass the halfway mark in stage 1.
You need computers to help you compete. That don't become obsolete. How are you going to do it? You're going to PS to it with the IBM PS2. A system that feels right at home with what you already own. A system that grows in an organized way. A link to the future today. How are you going to do it? Well, you're going to PS to it. The solution is IBM.
There are a number of ways to get a safer ride, like always fasten your seat belt. Seat belt? And never ride on worn shocks and struts. They can allow your tires to lose contact with the road, resulting in a loss of control and braking. Get a new set of Monroe Gasmatic shocks and struts. They help your vehicle hold the road.
Hey, I feel safer already.
So do I. For a smoother, safer ride, America rides Monroe.
Of your lifetime deserve Kodak film.
Cincinnati tries to put controversy aside as they hit New York to face the Mets. Kansas City takes on Oakland this week on ABC's Thursday Night Baseball.
For now, the break seems safe because of teamwork between the 3, which was encouraged by some frequent shouting. De Silva in the hat, lived in Luxembourg for 14 years. In the crew cut, Lilholt, winner of a one-day stage race here. And Leclerc of France, who just seemed to tag along with men of local knowledge at the right time. Well, pretty soon these 3 in the main pack will be winding their way near Luxembourg City, where they will pass some very important areas in terms of the United States and the way they have touched this part of Europe in a very important way. Because of thousands of soldiers, the people of Luxembourg will never know. They are free to enjoy celebrations of life like the Tour de France. Towns here lined the battlefront in the famous Battle of the Bulge in 1944. And at the nearby American Military Cemetery, General George S. Patton was laid to rest with the more than 5,000 men he served with who died on the soil and in the air above Luxembourg. Pierre Selinger reports that there were many ways that this part of the world was affected by war.
in the last 120 years of their history, the French areas of Alsace and Lorraine have been occupied more than 50 years by their neighbors, the Germans. Their ultimate liberation came in late 1944 and early 1945, when the American army, shoulder to shoulder with the French, fought the Germans off their land. 44 years later, the people in the Alsatian capital of Strasbourg are still holding a celebration on May 8th to mark the end of World War II and the freeing of Alsace and Lorraine. One of the most dramatic stories in the liberation of Alsace and Lorraine involves two brothers who run this restaurant, the Auberge de Lille, in Ilhausen, just south of Strasbourg. Jean-Pierre Eberland directs the restaurant. A gifted manager, he is also a talented watercolor artist, frequently taking advantage of the beauty of the Ile River to achieve a painting. Jean-Pierre was grabbed by the Germans at the beginning of World War II and forced to fight in the German army. His brother Paul, a world-renowned chef, was called into the French army. As the American and French armies fought on one side and the German army fought on the other, the two brothers were plunged into fear they might kill each other.
Je savais plus rien du tout d'ailleurs de toute la famille. It was my worry. I didn't know anything anymore about my family, whether they were living or not. And then my brother was taken into the French army, and we were afraid we were going to kill each other.
We were crossing the Rhine at Karlsruhe when Jean-Paul was taken prisoner at Remagen, not very far away. I kept praying he was not in front of me.
It was a real worry. It was the drama of Alsace.
44 years later, the Auberge de Lille is one of the top restaurants of France. But Jean-Pierre and Paul have never forgotten the dramatic moment in their lives.
Alsace-Lorraine to many sites along these roads, you'll find plaques in remembrance of important dates of liberty and times of war this area of the world would like to forget. The Park Hotel is such a place, and it is the backdrop of the Break 3. You cause quite a stir on the Tour de France when you break away from the peloton like this, as De Silva, Lilholt, and Leclerc have done. Look at the parade of media cars that follow them as they head toward Luxembourg City. Now, in that parade are team support cars, and from those cars, these three cyclists are getting information, strategy, just how far back is the peloton. Well, it's good news, for right now, the peloton passes the Park Hotel 11 minutes behind the three leaders.
Pedro Delgado. What happened to him yesterday would have unbalanced even an unemotional person, and Delgado is anything but unemotional. Overnight, he has traded the aura of defending champion for that of a guy who made an embarrassing mistake.
Winning a champion tag is sometimes easier than keeping it. And as the peloton wind through some of the prettiest landscape you'll see on this year's Tour de France, the three leaders speed on toward the finish line. The big pack seemingly not yet concerned. The Panasonic team too has refused to answer the call. They seem ready to throw away Birking's early lead. And with 30 miles to go, the pack is too far behind now to win this day.
If Birking and his team don't seem that interested in keeping the yellow jersey and the pressure that accompanies it, there are three men who lead the race who would be more than happy to accept the honor. On the edge of the city, 3 miles to go, three men approach what they know will be a critical time, a time when the race will be decided between them, a time they may never be able to match in their lives again, if it means a chance to win a stage and also wear the yellow jersey.
The game today is lost for the pack, but Delgado on the right here in the blue on the very last climb with 1.5 miles to go puts in one show of final defiance and heads the field.
Delgado has looked for opportunities to regain lost ground, but he has been unable to find them so far today. Acaso de Silva, with a burst of energy, has dropped the other two riders He has lived in several different countries, speaks 4 languages. He has many relatives and friends here in Luxembourg. An inspiration for him to succeed today. He often leads big races in the early stages. He won the 4th stage of the Tour last year, and as he approached the line, he raised his hands in victory too soon and was almost beaten at the last moment.
But that was only a stage victory a year ago. This time, the stage victory includes an extra prize, the yellow jersey for Acasio da Silva, who raises his arms in victory once again. And as the holder of the yellow jersey, da Silva will be the first man from Portugal to ever do so. And he is paying the price for fame in the Tour de France. The peloton made up a great deal of time, and that will make their days ahead a little easier. They will finish 4 minutes and 40 seconds behind Acasio. Note that Delgado, who looked to have thoughts of moving away from the group on his own, not allowed to go anywhere by the other power brokers in the peloton with him. An average speed of just over 40 kilometers an hour, or about 25 miles per hour in this stage of the Tour de France. We may hear very little from Acasio da Silva and the rest of the Tour. One bad stage and quickly fame ends. But tonight and tomorrow and all over Portugal, they will hear more of him than they ever have before. It was Brooking's yellow jersey when the day began. He is now in 4th. Greg LeMond is still in the thick of things in this Tour de France, and Pedro Delgado still has a lot of time to make up.
You've just discovered your car has a clear coat finish, which your ordinary wax just ruined. New Simonized non-abrasive wax won't scratch today's clear coat finishes, and that'll save you a lot of grief.
If you don't like the looks of your car, shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a Gun protecting. Man, what a difference.
I'm 32 years old, and I love Kellogg's Frosted Flakes.
Brave adults are coming forward to challenge the notion that Frosted Flakes is just a kid's cereal.
I know there's a tiger in the box. I like the taste, okay?
Because you love them as a kid doesn't mean you can't love them as an adult.
One day, our neighbor saw the package on the table.
And we don't even have children.
With that extra crunch and milk, that frosting just right, that taste as great as ever.
Well, they've always been my favorite. So dig in. Frosted Flakes have the taste adults have grown to love. They're great.
Most car accidents happen in a showroom. People buy the wrong car. They want a car as quick as a Saab, as roomy as a Saab, as safe as a Saab, as reasonably priced as a Saab. But they don't test drive a Saab. Don't buy the wrong car. Visit your Saab dealer for a test drive. It's fun, it's free, and there's no risk involved.
This is Jack Whitaker at the Laurel Valley Golf Club in Ligonier, Pennsylvania, where they're playing the final round of the United States Senior Open. When the day began, Frank Beard and Orville Moody were tied for the lead. Things have changed just a little bit. Moody had bogeyed the first hole, and Beard had the lead, but then Orville, an eagle at the 6th hole, to leapfrog over Frank Beard by 1 shot. They both have birdied 8, and this is the way it stands at the moment. Moody by 1 from Frank Beard, and then it's 5 shots back to Dale Douglas, who has the hottest hand on the course at the moment. He's 4 under through 12 holes today. Harold Henning in that group at 2 under, and then all the way down with our defending champion, Gary Player, being at even par along with Butch Baird and Jimmy Powell. We'll be back here with full coverage beginning at 4 Eastern Time. Now we return you to more action from the Tour de France.
This is Al Trautwig reporting live from Luxembourg. Yesterday in the Tour de France, we saw a prologue individual time trial. Earlier today, a full-blown stage where all the cyclists were out in force. And later on, after stage 1, a stage 2 team time trial in which a team tries to perform as a unique one-piece machine slicing through the wind in effort to gain their lead rider, the top man, a good time. Well, it seems that in the team time trial for Pedro Delgado's Reynolds squad, things didn't go very well. As a matter of fact, things haven't been going very well for Pedro Delgado in this Tour de France at all. And as we look at this, you may be looking at the final straw for the defending champion. Pedro Pedro Delgado began struggling after 14 miles of the 28.5-mile time trial course and was just unable to keep up with his team, not known as one of the fastest on the Tour. To thwart their star, the Reynolds team slowed down. Embarrassment number 2 for the defending champion of the Tour. The ultimate slap came when the Peugeot team, which started 3 minutes behind Reynolds, passed the Delgado squad, and they wound up finishing last. As a result of the team time trial, the standings of the stars of this Tour changed slightly. After 2 stages, Fignon is 3rd behind Acacio de Silva's lead. Greg LeMond and Andy Hampson are just over 3 minutes back. Acacio de Silva retained the yellow jersey, blazing new trails for Portugal. Not only did he win his country's first yellow jersey, but its second, all on the same day. Pedro Delgado, whose life's passion is the Tour de France, is still almost last, 10 minutes behind. This year, it seems his love of the Tour may be unrequited. By next Saturday, the peloton will have crossed into Belgium, flown to France's Brittany coast, and headed south toward the Pyrenees, where Andy Hampson will have to move to his strength and show how much of a factor he plans to be. The level of Greg LeMond's comeback will be clear, and against those who have little sympathy, how much, if any, of his deficit will Pedro Delgado have made up? Who will wear the yellow jersey next Saturday on ABC's Wide World of Sports?
The Tour de France. This ABC Sports exclusive has been brought to you by Color Gold Film. Show your true colors. ABC Sports.
The old and the new meet on every street corner in Paris, producing a city that never ceases to renew itself. The generations sit side by side, aware of each other's vitality. And this week, as the city braces for the bicentennial of the French Revolution, the vitality of Paris is stirring. World leaders have visited, and the anticipation is beginning to build for the arrival of the country's most popular sporting event, the Tour de France, which winds up here in just 15 days. Welcome to Paris and a truly memorable week in the history of France. You're looking at the Arc de Triomphe, the symbolic heart of the city of Paris. The Arc, just one of the many historic sites that millions will visit this year as they help France celebrate its bicentennial. Hello again, everyone. I'm Frank Gifford, and today, as we continue with our coverage of the Tour de France, we'll follow the remarkable comeback of American Greg LeMond. LeMond, who won the race in 1986, has overcome a devastating shooting accident and numerous injuries over the last 3 years, and now, incredibly, wears the coveted yellow jersey as the leader of the 1989 Tour. Also today from Brussels, Belgium, the European Women's Gymnastics Championships and the resumption of a rivalry between Svetlana Boginskaya of the Soviet Union and Daniela Silibash of Romania. And we'll have gymnastics for you shortly. But first, a look at the Tour de France.
With 631 miles behind them, the challenge is to survive the 1,400 miles which remain. Along the way, 30 million people will try to catch a glimpse of the man they think will win. Some cheer the magnet of controversy, named Pedro Delgado, who trails by almost 10 minutes. Others, Laurent Fignon, but his fragile body must hold together. And then there's Greg LeMond, who surprises all. Today, they all face trial by time. All this, part of the history, the color, the pain, and the joy of the Tour de France. The race for cycling's greatest prize.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport.
Shoot the ball. Bang, bang, yeah!
Tour de France. Since the Tour de France began last week, Earth has rotated 7 times. And as every one of those days came to an end, the Tour introduced us to its heroes along the way. A tiny nation named Luxembourg had invited all the cyclists to begin their journey here, and all but one showed up on time. Pedro Delgado's mind had been somewhere else, but suddenly where he was was in last place. The next day, the Tour would pass through the small village of Dudelange, the home of the Portuguese family named Da Silva. They would watch their favorite son win a prize no one from Portugal had ever won. Another man would race faster than the pack in the second country of Belgium, winning the day's stage, a first for Raul Alcala and a first for Mexico. It was a time when cycling's greats didn't seem to feel the need to lead the way. Andy Hampsten of the United States had performed solidly as he hoped he would. While almost 10 minutes behind the lead, Pedro Delgado was still a stranger to work. Frenchman Laurent Fignon seemed to have a belly full of freshly baked confidence. And former winner Greg LeMond was racing toward a podium upon which he changed shirts. Now the Tour de France has entered the nation where it was born some 86 years ago, as the journey continues, some 2,031 miles long. Already behind them is the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, the rich neighboring forests of Belgium, and a plane ride to the coast of Brittany. Ahead lies an individual test of speed, the land where wine is king, and the crucial test in the Pyrenees. Some flatlands to catch their breath for when they'll need it in the race-deciding French Alps. Finally, a high-speed train whisks them near Paris for a time trial that will end the journey, 21 stages long, which will have left many of the cyclists along the way. Good afternoon. I'm Al Trautwig reporting from the city of Bordeaux in western France, which I guess could arguably be called the world capital of wine. In a moment, Sam Posey will join me, and a little bit later, Phil Liggett. We are about one-third of the way through this 1989 Tour de France, a race which, for the most part, has been following a storyline set by its defending champion of Spain, Pedro Delgado. Remember how painfully late he was on opening day? Well, now, suddenly, the focus of this race has shifted to American Greg LeMond, a focus he hasn't felt since he won this race in 1986. Now, LeMond is coming back from a series of injuries, and what he has done this week is proclaim that his comeback is way ahead of schedule. And today you'll see the dramatic way in which he did that in a stage that was expected to be critical in setting a tone for the remainder of Tour de France. And Sam, it's interesting, Greg LeMond in doing this has really mirrored this race so far.
Exactly. Each year, it seems, the race develops along a slightly different storyline. And this year, the big stars have come to the front much sooner than they did last year. Now, why the sense of urgency? I think there are a couple of things working here. First, the leaders want to stay as far ahead of Delgado as they possibly can, so that no matter how well he rides in the mountains, he will not be able to catch them. And secondly, three key contenders in the event, Fignon, LeMond, and Roche, each previous winners, are all coming back from injury and anxious to prove themselves early in the event.
At this stage in the Tour de France, Laurent Fignon of France and Greg LeMond of the United States, two of those three key figures, are experiencing many of the same things. Well, in fact, their careers at many times have been curiously intertwined. Greg LeMond comes from the land of baseball, a cultural difference as wide as the ocean compared to the Parisian influence placed upon the stylish Laurent Fignon. But as Fignon's teammate, LeMond helped him win his second Tour de France title. 2 years later, LeMond went on to win his own. For both men, the winning of the Tour de France marked the moment that their stars dropped out of the sky. From then on, the two have been joined. For LeMond, it began before the Tour was over because of the struggles within his team that preceded his win. This year, carrying horrid memories of many injuries, he has focused on a comeback full of disappointing finishes.
I think for me, if I'm top 20, it's going to be a very successful Tour de France for me, because what I've come through, I don't think any cyclist probably in the sport has gone through. And I think that I'm capable of doing well in some time trials, and who knows, maybe I'll surprise myself and do quite well at all.
Laurent Fignon's Tour success also began a string of calamities, the lowlights of which were pulls and tears to his entire body. It was his mind which stayed intact.
I always hope to come back. I have a very optimistic nature. I don't get discouraged. I never gave up a goal when I decide seriously to reach it. I felt ready being again a big tour. It's a great satisfaction to see that I was right.
In the recent Tour of Italy, Fignon's belief in himself was rewarded with victory. But immediately the questions about the legitimacy of the comeback were asked, for you must prove yourself in the Tour de France, and Le Mans knew that too. The disbelieving French have often questioned the heart and toughness of Fignon, but it seems they like to see true champions suffer a bit. That having been done, Fignon may be cycling towards victory and ultimately respect when he reaches Paris. Le Mans returned to the Tour after a 3-year absence with rousing success in the opening day prologue. Now, like Fignon, he may be finally on the verge of saying the worst is over. I am back and loving every minute of it. The roadside begins to fill early in the morning, even though the racers may be hours away. The wait is passed by a celebration of friendship or of handicapping the race.
My favorite, I am French, Fignon. Fignon.
If you don't like the looks of your car,
roads connect countries and people, and roads connect the city to the country. These, blanketed in the mist of the nearby English Channel, carry you from Dinard to Rennes. One after another, the cyclists will be alone here, battling a clock which seems to contradict the pace of life in the land of Brittany. Cyclists have come to western France by plane for the Stage 5 individual lap trial, which begins in the seaside town of Dinard, moving away from the shores of the English Channel through the medieval town of Dinan, ending up in the capital of Brittany, whose citizens believe they live in the heartland of cycling. Here's Phil Liggett.
Of all the requirements necessary to win any Tour de France, the one that all the riders must have is the ability to ride the time trial. They call this race the race of truth, and the reason, because you can't hide behind anyone. You've got to get out there and do it all by yourself. The tactic is quite simple. You go as fast as you can over the distance and hope your time at the end is the best. Now, for the riders in the Tour de France so far, the men who've wanted to win the Tour, they really haven't taken a great interest. They've just tried to make sure they haven't lost any time. Because here in Dinard, the race of truth makes the first real stage of the Tour de France.
Trailing the leader of the Tour de France, Acasio da Silva of Portugal, by 3 minutes and 28 seconds, is American Greg LeMond, who warms up with a brisk ride through the streets, knowing that today he will find out the role he may play in the race. American Andy Hampsten is 3 minutes and 44 seconds. But knowing that his specialty, the grueling climbs of the mountains, are still ahead, he just wants to stay close to the leaders. Laurent Fignon knows that time trial success helped him win in 1984. Pedro Delgado is not in last place anymore, but still trails the lead by almost 10 minutes. This week, he has not in an anxious way overextended himself to make up time, and that may prove to be an energy-saving move of experience. On the other hand, it might be difficult to figure out just what the Spanish star might be thinking.
This was the unexpected moment from the first day of the Tour. The start house empty. Pedro Delgado late for his starting time. Delgado is no stranger to drama. 3 years ago, he withdrew from the race in tears when he learned of his mother's death. Last year, his jubilation in victory was haunted by headlines linking him to drugs, and this year, the press accused him of bribing another rider. When he finally scrambled into the start house, Delgado had lost almost 3 minutes. He began his ride like a man trying not only to make up lost time, but also to outrun his star-crossed past. The late start set the stage for a long weekend's nightmare. Mobbed by the press, humiliated in the team time trial when the other members of his team were forced to wait for him because he couldn't keep up, he lost further time and acted like a man for whom the race might be already over before it had even begun. The first days of the week brought no respite. Former winner Fignon ripped him while the press had a field day at his expense. Even the Spanish papers seemed to delight in his fall from grace. Pedro's only relief has come at each morning's signing-in ceremonies, when he knows that as the day's stage begins, at least aboard his bike, he will be left alone. So, how bleak is his outlook? Well, in 1949, Fausto Coppi, also a great climber, fell 20 minutes behind and still managed to win the race. Delgado knows that, like Coppi, his strength is in the mountains, that last year he entered the mountains 2 minutes back and emerged 4 minutes ahead. But he also knows what those 6 minutes cost, and the rivals he faced then were weaker than those he faces now. 9 minutes, 57 seconds back. Is it too much?
The 29-year-old defending champion of Segovia, Spain. 5'8", 140 pounds, and muscles as tight as the strings on a violin. He begins his 45-mile individual time trial ride with a slight English Channel breeze at his back.
Delgado begins his effort in the first hot sunshine of the Tour. And with his main rivals not due to start for 3 more hours, he's no alternative but to give his all and hope his time is the best at the end of the day. His solid carbon fiber disc wheels, costing $2,000 a pair, can help a top rider improve as much as 10 seconds a mile when compared to the normal spoked ones. Motivated, Delgado has come here to take all or nothing.
Being the first of the star riders to go, optimism must be tempered for Pedro Delgado. But at the intermediate time check, he is 3 minutes and 25 seconds faster than the best time recorded so far.
He was so nervous before beginning this run, he couldn't eat. The late Jacques Anquetil, 5-time winner of the Tour, once said, "The man who wins a stage like this is the man prepared to suffer the most." And Delgado appears prepared to do just that. Definitely a man on a mission.
But the body must be fed, and Pedro Delgado grabs his favorite mystery liquid.
And in an effort like this, the fluids must be kept topped up and the body salts replaced in full. Each rider will choose that which suits him.
A water chaser to complete the meal. Having passed what seemed to be a person for every foot of this 45-mile ride, Pedro Delgado enters the city of Rennes, completing a ride that could only be termed spectacular.
This is an inspired ride by a man fighting to survive, and Delgado is doing more than that.
The final numbers show that Pedro Delgado eclipses the best time so far by more than 4 minutes. With a ride that strong, we know that Pedro Delgado will make up some time by the time all the riders have gone. But with the other stars still to come, it is impossible to say how much. He'll just have to wait, knowing that he's coming back and that now he has the clock headed in the right direction.
Homes through Sunny Mae Loans on the next Tiempo.
Turn to the Tour de France on ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Stephen Roach of Ireland has said he loves to play to the crowd. Earlier, he showed that sometimes of all the faces in that crowd, he sees only one who looks like she'd like a souvenir. He has won this race before by a scant 40 seconds. Now, having given away his hat, he prepares to put on another for a time trial, knowing clearly what's at stake.
You got to try and lose the minimum of time on any one day. And this is what I mean when I say you got to be regular to win a Tour de France. Like when you cross the finish line, the stopwatch stops. And any seconds you have lost, there could be valuable seconds in the end of a Tour de France. So you got to fight to the end every day to try and get to the danger men. If Joe Soap is in front of you, then there's no problem. But if you've got Delgado, who's 45 seconds ahead of you, getting 45 seconds back on Delgado or Fignon or any of these guys can be very, very hard.
2 years ago, Stephen Roach won the long time trial and went on to win the Tour de France. But this day, the Irishman, like Greg LeMond, is fighting back from injury. He's racing now into the unknown. Roach starts like his former self, and at 13 miles has the best time so far. A second better than Delgado.
The wind has shifted and is now hitting Stephen Roach in the face. And that is the challenge as well for Andy Hampsten of the 7-Eleven team, who in many ways has been the quiet man of this tour.
Hampsten has a keen sense for strategy, and he rarely pushes himself to the limit on relatively flat courses like this one, believing that going all out here might gain him a few seconds now, but cost him minutes in the days to come. The American penchant for experimentation is evident here. Note the unusual handlebars, which help the rider to achieve a good aerodynamic position. Invented for triathlons like the Ironman, this is the first time they have been allowed in the Tour de France. And what looks like an overscale watch on his wrist, that's a heart monitor.
Approaching the finish, Roach's fast start has not been maintained. The rain, often torrential, has played in Delgado's favor. Roach has lost almost 3 minutes to Delgado in the last 30 miles.
As Roach gently slides through the final turn, he reinforces a couple of points. One, that Delgado's time was as good as it seemed. And two, even the stars would have a difficult time challenging what Pedro had done due to the wind and the rain. 1:41.34. Stephen Roach, 4th place in stage 5. His strategy for the overall Tour de France was still intact. 1:38.36 is still proudly displayed at the finish, and you can't help but think that Pedro Delgado is about to change the makeup of the Tour de France. The rain is moving north. Andy Hampsten is moving south. At Dinant, the two collide. Remember, Hampsten's strategy is to try to minimize his losses against the top speedsters in a stage like this and position himself to attack in the mountain stages now just a few days away. At this point, though, he is almost 3 minutes behind the ride of Pedro Delgado.
Sweeping into Dinant at 35 miles an hour and hoping nobody steps suddenly out of that crowd.
At the start waits Greg LeMond, not looking towards the road upon which he will soon ride, looking instead within himself on the biggest day of racing he's had in 3 years.
Buzzards Gulch was dropped.
Andy Hampsten, 4th and best rookie in the Tour de France in 1986, personifies streamlining as he races towards the end of the 45 miles time trial. Hampsten's racing to limit his losses with no illusions of winning the test. Hampsten just wants to make sure he keeps in touch with the pace for the days ahead.
So much of Andy Hampsten's life has been focused on the winning ride in the Tour de France. He tasted it as Greg LeMond's teammate when Greg had the ride. Now the preparation has come from the strong strides atop cross-country skis in mountains near Boulder, Colorado, and in holding back just a little bit in races this year so that when the moment approaches, he'd be ready. The mountains will provide the moment, and while Andy has been the quiet man of this race so far, it is almost time to speak up. And this finish still allows him to do just that. But it will take the help of teammates like Sean Yates, whose pacing may be a key and whose effort here should provide Hampsten with a lift, and the knowledge that Yates will be ready when the moment comes, because Yates is right behind him.
Sean Yates is a thoroughbred when it comes to producing pure speed. And last year, he won the fastest time trial in Tour history. But this day, the Englishman is behind Delgado at all of the timing points. Injured, Yates still produces a ride to keep him close to the leader.
A lot may hinge on that leg that Yates injured last Tuesday, for 7-Eleven has already lost Tour de Trump winner Dag Otto Lauritsen. Right now, Andy Hampsten.
This day was billed as the day that maybe the real push for the finish begins. Do you feel that way? And if so, how do you evaluate your performance?
Well, every day is the beginning of the end. But so far, I mean, I really don't know how I did just today, but, you know, I did everything I could. And up till now, everything's been great. So, you know, I don't think I lost that much time. Anyone real dangerous, but I really don't know.
Last Tuesday, Sean Yates may have just been riding behind the wrong man. Greg LeMond represents the first of the final few capable of challenging Delgado's time. While Delgado, because of his deficit, cannot yet catch the leaders, there is the feeling that someone must show him that his comeback won't be that easy. Greg LeMond knows about comebacks. He knows his start in the Tour de France has been a good signal, but he also understands that a good ride here can mean a lot more. During all the times Greg was down, battled thoughts of quitting, and finally stuck it out, he believed there would come the time when he would know his status. And deep down he knew that destiny would mean that time would probably come in the Tour de France.
LeMond's fourth in the prologue a week ago and a second in the final time trial in last month's Tour of Italy are the cornerstones of his renewed confidence. From the waist up, a pro cyclist looks like a human being, while from the waist down, he seems more like a machine, an engine that powers the bike.
At the start, the man who shares many of the same feelings as Greg LeMond, Laurent Fignon. Now the two of them are joined again on the road at the same time, chasing a carrot that has been dangled by Pedro Delgado. It is important Fignon show he can keep up with whomever decides to set the pace. First, that was Delgado. Now, it is LeMond.
Greg LeMond is in the process of passing a man who started 8 minutes ahead of him. He is just 44 seconds back of Delgado's pace to this point. Greg's son Jeffrey is 5 years old. He was 2 when Greg won the Tour in '86 and was injured shortly afterward. Instead of a memory of his dad as a champion, Jeff has seen him struggling to make a comeback until this week. All at once, Jeff's dad seems back the way he used to be when he was great.
There's no doubt now LeMond is feeling the thrill of success. And when Laurent Fignon set off, he was aiming at Delgado's time. Now he has to match a fresh target because word has filtered down that LeMond is setting a new standard and almost unthinkably could be wearing the yellow jersey by the end of this stage.
But the last man to go wearing the leader's jersey for now is Acasio da Silva of Portugal, who has been riding with the color of honor since stage 1. Meanwhile, Greg LeMond is closer to the finish line, a line that seems destined to tell a lot of the men who can't wait to get there, and the color of the shirt they'll wear when they do.
There are vitamins you take because you...
A long day had made it look impossible, but the last checkpoint has confirmed it. His sleek helmet, downhill skier posture, and a huge heart-pumping overtime is overtaking Pedro Delgado's time. Greg LeMond seems like he is about to take the lead in stage 5 of the Tour de France.
Despite the wet weather and an unsureness of which way to go, LeMond is turning a dream into reality.
Regardless of what happens now, in this tour, in this stage, or in other tours, the moment Greg LeMond's wheel touches the white line, he will know whatever sacrifices he made were worth it. The story of 1986, more famous in Europe than at home. And as quickly as he stumbled, the press grumbled about Greg LeMond. Now you can see he's being massaged by clumsy hands, the way the European press says to Greg LeMond, welcome back. Out on the course, the plot is thickened by Fignon. He is 41 seconds behind LeMond's pace. He led LeMond by 51 seconds when the day began. It is apparent that LeMond and Fignon are destined to have everyone staring at the clock. Confusion seems to be the operative word for the mood at the finish, heightened by the fact that Greg LeMond may be winning the stage and the yellow jersey. Laurent Fignon heads to the finish.
Fignon is a Frenchman riding on French roads, and after 5 years of injury, he's healthy now for the first time since he last won this race, and the crowd is loving it.
Already, Fignon's time is not good enough to beat Le Mans and win the stage. And the moment it has taken him longer than 1:39.03 to finish the 45-mile course, he won't wear the yellow jersey. There could be a message here. His experience may be telling him that if he goes too fast, the yellow jersey may be his, and the pressure that comes with it. That may not be in the game plan of a shrewd Parisian who knows the game. He may only care to wear it on the race's last day. Could he have played it that close? The yellow jersey is speeding towards the finish on the body of Alexio da Silva. But even though he is passing the man who started before him, he will be taking off that shirt he has worn since he claimed it way back in the first stage in his family's home of Luxembourg. He will never forget the honor. After 2 years of darkness, the shirt brings in the color of the sun. The yellow jersey has always been a symbol of cycling's greatest race. Greg LeMond has said the only yellow jersey he cares about is the one you get to wear in Paris, which would mean you've won that race. That yellow jersey for LeMond is a long way off, but this one is a symbol that it is possible for him to do it once again. The final standings of this, the 5th stage, reveal that LeMond, Delgado, and Fignon put on quite a show. And after 5 stages, LeMond's lead is 5 seconds over Fignon. And note that Pedro Delgado, who once was 198, is now 28 and trailing by less than 7 minutes.
Terrific ride. Yeah, I'm extremely happy. I don't know what to say.
A week ago, you spoke to us cautiously about your comeback. Did you have any idea then that it would reach this magnitude?
Well, I had some feeling inside that I would have some very good results, and it's still early on in the Tour de France, and I'm a little afraid for the mountains, and I could have some more difficult days, but you know, I can't refuse a victory, and I can't refuse the yellow jersey, especially what I've been through, and I think to me this is as good an accomplishment as me winning the Tour de France in '66, considering what I've come through. I think it's been a long road back. It's great to be back, but you know, it's still a ways. Only one thing I know is that my future looks great, and I think that I'm going to return stronger than before.
But does this change your assessment of the rest of the race? Do you give yourself a better chance over what you did?
Yeah, definitely. Now I better. I was going to be happy to be in the top 20. Now I'm shooting for top 5, and who knows, maybe even better. But I still want to keep things calm and realistic, because excuse me, I know I've had some. This is a very good result, and I've had very good results in the last month. The last 3 weeks is another thing. I've had only 1 year of really non-stop training, and to expect to win the Tour de France, it's going to be a difficult thing.
The battle has been joined. Pedro Delgado is back in the race, showing how quickly the Tour can change. But at the front, 2 men whose careers have been close before, now separated in the standings by 5 seconds. On the roads of the Tour de France, that's a matter of inches. Today, the Tour de France moved to the land of vineyards, where the stuff that grapes become is a way of life. And life can be fun. Having waited all day to see the Tour, these folks were prepared to be loud when it came by. The 7th stage of the Tour de France takes place in the west, beginning in Poitiers, where Joan of Arc first started getting into trouble, and ending in Bordeaux for the 71st time in Tour history, 160.5 miles. Early morning, and the star of the Tour de France emerges from sleep. For the 2nd stage in a row, American Greg LeMond will wear the yellow jersey as the leader of the race. Laurent Fignon is so close to Greg, they might as well be tied. Pedro Delgado has been equally strong. What was almost 10 minutes is now less than 7.
With the first mountains lying in wait just 200 miles along the route, the flat roads to Bordeaux should be a pleasant meander in warm sunshine. But instead, the wet skies make for an unpleasant beginning. Stephen Rooks, 7 minutes 30 behind, more content now with putting a cape on than making up the time he's lost. And Greg LeMond, with permission from the Tour organization, changes his yellow jersey for a new Team 1 and an extra cape as well. It really is a day for dogs.
Greg talks with Cyril Guimard, who recognized his talent early and offered him the job that brought Greg to Europe in the first place. Guimard today manages the man who rides second to Greg in the race, Laurent Fignon. On the Tour de France, the riders of the peloton are known as the convicts of the road because they are chained to the destiny of the peloton. When it rolls, they roll, rain or shine.
Events like this have helped knock some of the 7 men who have already dropped out of the Tour de France. A wild crash sends the winner of Stage 3, Raul Alcala, to the ground, tossing him painfully to the side of the road. Bad timing for Alcala, who is nearing the mountains where he excels. Medical care, like just about everything on the tour, is provided on the go. This bridge, shrouded in the mist, marks the official entry to the land of wine. At the finish, it's a sprint to the line, spearheaded by Etienne de Wilde, who wins his first stage ever, while the peloton, 4 seconds back, all receives the same time. As a result, the Belgians record their first win on the Tour this year. While all the leaders were in the peloton, and because they were all credited identically, each of the time differentials remains the same. Greg LeMond and Laurent Fignon lead the way, separated by 5 seconds. Andy Hampsten, 4:44 back, and Pedro Delgado still comfortably in the hunt. For Greg LeMond, he'll feel the joy of the yellow jersey one more day, but pressure will replace joy when the Tour hits the mountains on Monday. Tomorrow, the Tour de France continues the move south for a date in the Pyrenees, and the dramatic changes are likely to occur. Laurent Fignon will be there, but the question is, will Greg LeMond's comeback dream still be alive? As we begin to get an idea who will wear it in the end.
This has been a much more difficult job or work to get back to, even to the level to start the Tour de France was an accomplishment for me.
We were on the phone with your family the other day, your wife Kathy, and we heard your little son Jeffrey in the background scream out, "Daddy won the race! Daddy won the race!" Really? How much does he understand about what's happening to you?
He has a pretty good idea. I think he's 5 years old, and he's a pretty intelligent or smart little kid, and he knows what I do, but I still don't think it's nice that he's going to be able to now realize what I do. I think if I would have ended my career in '86 or '87, he'd have never really had any idea of what I do for a living.
Ahead in the Tour de France lie the mountains, and everyone says that's where this race is won and lost. Have you been getting the right signals from your body that says, yes, you can survive what's going to happen there? I'm getting the right signals. I still lack the confidence that I would have if I had done well in a previous race with big mountains in it. I feel good, and I'm recuperating very well each day. I'm confident I'm going to be in the top 5 of the Tour de France. I'm pretty confident about that, but to hang on to the yellow jersey and to win is going to be extremely difficult. Congratulations, Greg. It's been exciting to watch. All right, thank you. Ahead lies an individual test of speed, the land where wine is king, and the crucial test in the Pyrenees. Some flatlands to catch their breath for when they'll need it in the race-deciding French Alps. Finally, a high-speed train whisks them near Paris for a time trial that will end the journey, 21 stages long, which will have left many of the cyclists along the way. Early this morning, Greg LeMond tugged at his yellow jersey, trying to make the fit more comfortable. Puzzling, for he has worn it since Thursday and has looked very much at ease wearing it and defending it. But every day brings a new stage in the Tour de France, and that means every day there's a new group of cyclists tugging at the jersey, trying to rip it off his body. Good afternoon. I'm Al Trautwig reporting from the beautiful hilltop town of Pau in southwestern France. This is the gateway to the Pyrenees Mountains and the challenge that they represent to the 191 cyclists who are left in the 1989 Tour de France. It comes to mind that the Tour is like a big, heavy, runaway train without brakes, gathering momentum along the way. The cyclists are passengers on the train, and they're trying to grab control of it. Right now, that control is held by American Greg LeMond, who surprisingly has won the yellow jersey and leads the Tour de France.
I'm too young and too much potential to stop this early. So it gets tempting when you're injured and you're, days, I wouldn't have had a hard time beating with one leg. Now I'm having a hard time staying with them. And that's when you start saying, geez, can I stay in this sport any longer? Will I ever get better? And sooner or later it does turn around. All you need is that one extra good ride, and all of a sudden you're back on top. Especially the majority of the European journalists, exactly. They take pleasure in building you up for an instant, and they take more pleasure in knocking you down and rubbing you into the ground. You can't even have an injury in this sport without them immediately saying you're finished. But I know that they're not the experts. Only the rider will know if he's going to come back. The only reason why I race and do it professionally is for my family, and the only way I can do it is with my family. I could never do what I'm doing without my wife, my kids, my parents. I think whenever I perform well, it's when my parents, my wife shows. When they show up to the race, I perform. There's no athletic event that's as hard as the Tour de France, and I can challenge anybody in the world on that. There's no athletic event that makes you race at such a high level for 3 weeks. There's certainly events for one day that can challenge a Tour de France stage or whatever, marathon or cross-country ski race or triathlon. Nothing ever tests an athlete like the Tour de France.
The last 3 years for Greg haven't exactly been a picnic, but he has set the table for success. One of the reasons the people of the country are preparing to feast on the Tour de France.
Today,
roads connect countries and people, and roads connect the city to the country. These, blanketed in the mist of the nearby English Channel, carry you from Dinard to Rennes. One after another, the cyclists will be alone here, battling a clock which seems to contradict the pace of life in the land of Brittany. The cyclists have come to western France by plane for the Stage 5 individual time trial, which begins in the seaside town of Dinard, moving away from the shores of the English Channel through the medieval town of Dinan, ending up in the capital of Brittany, whose citizens believe they live in the heartland of cycling. Trailing the leader of the Tour de France, Acasio da Silva of Portugal, by 3 minutes and 28 seconds is American Greg LeMond, who warms up with a brisk ride through the streets, knowing that today he will find out the role he may play in the race. American Andy Hampsten is 3 minutes and 44 seconds back. But knowing that his specialty, the grueling climbs of the mountains, are still ahead, he just wants to stay close to the leaders. Laurent Fignon knows that time trial success helped him win in 1984. Pedro Delgado is not in last place anymore, but still trails the lead by almost 10 minutes. This week, he has not in an anxious way overextended himself to make up time, and that may prove to be an energy-saving move of experience. On the other hand, it might be difficult to figure out just what the Spanish star might be thinking.
This was the unexpected moment from the first day of the Tour. The start house empty. Pedro Delgado late for his starting time. Delgado is no stranger to drama. 3 years ago, he withdrew from the race in tears when he learned of his mother's death. Last year, his jubilation in victory was haunted by headlines linking him to drugs, and this year, the press accused him of bribing another rider. When he finally scrambled into the start house, Delgado had lost almost 3 minutes. He began his ride like a man trying not only to make up lost time, but also to outrun his star-crossed past. The late start set the stage for a long weekend's nightmare. Mobbed by the press, humiliated in the team time trial when the other members of his team were forced to wait for him because he couldn't keep up, he lost further time and acted like a man for whom the race might be already over before it had even begun. The first days of the week brought no respite. Former winner Fignon ripped him while the press had a field day at his expense. Even the Spanish papers seemed to delight in his fall from grace. Pedro's only relief has come at each morning's signing-in ceremonies, when he knows that as the day's stage begins, at least aboard his bike, he will be left alone. So, how bleak is his outlook? Well, in 1949, Fausto Coppi, also a great climber, fell 20 minutes behind and still managed to win the race. Delgado knows that, like Coppi, his strength is in the mountains, that last year he entered the mountains 2 minutes back and emerged 4 minutes ahead. But he also knows what those 6 minutes cost, and the rivals he faced then were weaker than those he faces now. 9 minutes, 57 seconds back. Is it too much?
The 29-year-old defending champion of Segovia, Spain, pounds and muscles as tight as the strings on a violin. He begins his 45-mile individual trial ride with a slight English Channel breeze at his back.
In the first hot sunshine of the Tour, and with his more hours, he's no alternative but to give his all and day. His solid carbon fiber disc wheels can help a top rider improve as much as 10 seconds a mile once. Motivate Delgado as thing.
Star riders to go. Optimism must temper for Pedro. Time check. He is 3 minutes and 25 seconds far.
He was so nervous before beginning this run, he couldn't eat. The late Jacques Anquetil, 5-time winner of the Tour, once said, "The man who wins a stage like this is the man prepared to suffer the most." And Delgado appears prepared to do just that. Definitely a man on a mission.
But the body must be fed, and Pedro Delgado grabs his favorite mystery liquid.
And in an effort like this, the fluid must be kept topped up and the body salts replaced in full. Each rider will choose that which suits him.
A water chaser to complete the meal. Having passed what seemed to be a person for every foot of this 45-mile ride, Pedro Delgado enters the city of Rennes, completing a ride that could only be termed spectacular.
This is an inspired ride by a man fighting to survive, and Delgado is doing more than that.
The final numbers show that Pedro Delgado eclipses the best time so far by more than 4 minutes. With a ride that strong, we know that Pedro Delgado will make up some time by the time all the riders have gone. But with the other stars still to come, it is impossible to say how much. He'll just have to wait, knowing that he's coming back, and that for now, he has the clock headed in the right direction.
Punching and peddling. First Nancy Lopez, Julie Inkster, defending champion Lieselot Neumann, and more gather for the
most important moment in cycling he's had in 3 years. He is also the last of a remaining few capable of challenging Delgado's time. Delgado, because of the huge deficit he faces, cannot catch the leaders just yet. But someone must show him things are not going to be that easy. The weather is changing, and both Lamond and Laurent Fignon will face a headwind now. Lamond's career and the career of Laurent Fignon of France have paralleled each other in terms of success and frustration. Now they join on the same road, chasing the carrot dangled by Delgado.
When Greg LeMond won the Tour in 1986, he laid the foundations for his victory right here in the time trial. Now he must do that again.
26 miles in, he's 1 minute and 8 seconds behind the pace set by Delgado. And 48 seconds behind the time of LeMond is Laurent Fignon.
Fignon is a Frenchman riding on French roads, and the crowds are pulling for him now as they never did before, when his victories had seemed too easy and his Parisian looks too fancy. Greg LeMond in the process of passing a man, Vincent Barteau, who began the race 8 minutes ahead of him. To this point, he is now just 44 seconds back of the pace set by Pedro Delgado. LeMond's pace suggests the possibility of what might have seemed impossible at the beginning of the day. He might be racing now not just against Delgado for victory, but for the overall lead, for the yellow jersey.
While LeMond enjoys the spirit of the hunt, catching 4 riders, Laurent Fignon has to adjust his sights. He no longer chases Delgado's target because word has filtered through that LeMond is now the pace setter.
The last man to go on trial is Acasio da Silva of Portugal, wearing the yellow jersey. Past performances indicate he's about to give it up. His sleek helmet, downhill skier posture, and a huge heart-pumping overtime, Greg LeMond had covered 40 of the 45-mile track. And with his time now equal to Delgado's, thinking of the yellow jersey meant it was also time to figure the time differential between LeMond and Laurent Fignon. He had led LeMond by 51 seconds when the day began, and it was now apparent that LeMond and Fignon are destined to have everyone staring at the clock. Greg LeMond is hearing the cheers of the city of Rennes, and it would take something terrible to happen on the wet streets for him now not to overtake Delgado's time and assume the lead in stage 5 of the Tour de France.
LeMond is riding now with all his old power that won him his first time trial back in 1985. And despite the wet weather and an unsureness of which way to go, LeMond is turning a dream into reality.
During all the times Greg was down, battled thoughts of quitting, and finally stuck it out, he believed there would come a time when he would be back. That time is now, for finally 1:38.36 is about to fall. As quickly as Greg stumbled, the press grumbled. Now you can see he's being massaged by clumsy hands, the way the European press wants to say, Greg LeMond, welcome back. Already Laurent Fignon's time is not good enough to beat LeMond's and win the stage. And the moment it has taken him longer than 1:39.03 to finish the 45-mile course, he won't wear the yellow jersey either. There could be a message here. Fignon is not gambling through the final turn. His experience may be telling him that if he goes too fast, the yellow jersey may be his, and the pressure that comes with it. That may not be the game plan of a shrewd Parisian who knows the game. He may only care to wear it on the race's last day. Could he have played it that close? The yellow jersey is speeding towards the finish on the body of Acasio da Silva. But even though he is passing the man who started before him, he will be taking off the shirt he has worn since he claimed it way back in the first stage in his family's home of Luxembourg. But he will never forget the honor. That means after years of darkness, the shirt finally brings in the color of the sun. The yellow jersey has always been a symbol, the symbol of the leader of cycling's greatest race. Greg LeMond has always said the only yellow jersey he cares about is the one you get when you finally win in Paris. That one is a long way off, but this one says to Greg LeMond, you can win it again. The story of Stage 5 was the show put on by Greg LeMond, Pedro Delgado, and Laurent Fignon. And after Stage 5, Greg LeMond and Laurent Fignon are at the top, separated by only 5 seconds. Andy Hampsten is still in the chase, and Pedro Delgado has joined it.
Greg, every bone in my body hurt. The doctor said nothing was broken. He gave me a different...
A week ago, you spoke to us cautiously about your comeback. Did you have any idea then that it would reach this magnitude?
Well, I had some feeling inside that I would have some very good results, and it's still early on in the Tour de France, and I'm a little afraid for the mountains, and I could have some more difficult days, but you know, I can't refuse a victory, I can't refuse the yellow jersey.
The battle has been joined by the man who was once last. Pedro Delgado trails the lead by less than 7 minutes. Laurent Fignon seemed angry at the finish, but how can you be angry when you only trail by 5 seconds? And Greg LeMond has won the yellow jersey, and immediately everyone wants to know, how long can he keep it?
3 years ago, when Greg LeMond won the Tour de France and wore the yellow jersey, he was a product of some of the strongest teams in cycling, and in a sense, he rode to the front on their strengths. His teammates had been Bernard Hinault and Laurent Fignon. Fignon, who right now, ironically, is his closest pursuer, and those two men between them had won the Tour a total of 7 times. Greg was 25 years old, and in his adult life, he had done little else than ride a bicycle. Today, 3 years later, he wears the yellow jersey again. And this time, he has done something that is wholly his own achievement. Yes, he's uncertain about the mountains ahead, and he doesn't know how long he will be able to wear that jersey. But Greg LeMond is not unsure about himself. One thing Greg knows how to do is to lead this race without letting the pressures that go with the lead disrupt his routines, especially for eating and sleeping. Enjoy the yellow jersey. Don't let it overwhelm you.
I feel good, and I expect that maybe I could have a very good overall placing. But to win is another question. It takes a lot to win the Tour de France. And I'm not sure if I'm ready. I think I am, but I'm not sure. I lack a little confidence. It's coming back.
Respect. So desperately desired, so richly enjoyed, when you know the achievement of it has brought you exactly where you want to be. For Greg LeMond, little pats on the back actually are firm handshakes from his peers, those who know exactly what he's been through, coming back in a world only they really know. Pedro Delgado, too, is sharing in the good feeling of a job well done at the end of a week gone bad. In one day, he shaved 3 minutes off his deficit. While Englishman Sean Yates of 7-Eleven, his leg bloody raw a day ago, reveals the magic doctors can work.
The next morning, after the time trial, the atmosphere was once more amicable, the mental and physical pressures giving way to a temporary truce, and LeMond was in yellow for the first time in 3 years.
This is the longest stage of the Tour. Destination, a conference center amusement area called Futuroscope, where architecture has gone mad over geometric steel and glass. Futuroscope will be the site of the start of next year's race.
The peloton is a beast of many parts, moving as one. In a sense, its identity comes from the rider hidden protectively at its center, who wears the yellow jersey. For 2 days, it was De Silva of Portugal. Now it is LeMond of America. And as they roll south through France, the pace is easy and relaxed.
On his gloves, which allow his wedding band to be clearly visible, Greg LeMond has Team LeMond written in large letters. But in reality, he knows his ADR team, in unity, will help him protect his lead, aerodynamically and emotionally, as long as they can. But the star team so far is Super U. Fignon behind LeMond, and Thierry Marie only seconds behind him. Teamwork in cycling. It works to the end, as it does in many sports. To Americans, baseball is the game that captures imagination, forces even the casual fan to strategize, links the past with the present, fills a summer evening, and makes one wish he'd be Babe Ruth for a day. Across the ocean lies the fantasy to cycle like one Eddie Merckx, or maybe just sit by the roadside as the tour whizzes by. The intricacies of both sports are different, yet they can be similar in many ways. Baseball is played by 9 men, focused to the team effort, and so is cycling. The stars are high-priced, and everyone fills a role. In cycling, there's a man known as a domestique who sometimes has to sacrifice his individual effort, giving up a wheel or even his bike to the team leader. Such a moment exists in baseball when a batter sacrifices his chance to get a hit for the good of the team. Self-sacrifice means glory for others at times, but a win for the group. In the dugout, the trainer is a player's friend and a solver of muscle mysteries. The soigneur sounds romantic, but describes the same role. Both sports base success on good equipment. Look to the coaches to deploy the team's equipment, and look to the equipment manager who may oil a glove instead of a chain. The director sportif is the main brain of every cycling team. Who plays and for how long, team strategy, and fame all are part of a successful effort. The director sportif then is the manager who makes all the moves, praised for the bold strokes, and maybe becomes famous in the process. If all goes according to plan, when the big moment arrives, the right man has been chosen for the job, and he appropriately hits a home run. Careful planning, a team image, pressure to succeed, and everyone working together to reach that goal. Out on the road to a team like 7-Eleven, all this means that some men will be hitting sacrifice flies so that in the end, one may hit a home run in Paris.
When you're in the peloton, the riders describe the sound as a buzz. Chains on the sprockets, wheels on the ground, hundreds in unison creating the noise. A long day and a flat road offers little opportunity for the leaders to attack. It's a perfect day for lesser men like Joel Pellier to make a gentle exit and face 100 miles alone.
Joel Pellier, 27, is no stranger to breakaways. In fact, he has a reputation for attempting them. Pellier has a younger brother, Christian, who is paralyzed. Joel's mother has never seen him race, but she has driven 600 miles to wait for him at the finish of this stage.
Pellier was unceremoniously fired by Fignon's team Super U a year ago. Now he's a rarity, a Frenchman on the Spanish team BH. The pace of the peloton remains unchanged. Laurent Fignon and Greg LeMond are with that group, which has decided to let Pellier go ahead. He's not anyone that they're worried about. Maybe the peloton is being dangerously blasé, for Pellier only trailed LeMond by 9.5 minutes when the day began, and now his lead over that group is 17 minutes and 20 seconds. He knows that because Bernard Hinault, tour legend and 5-time winner, told him so. The smell of bread, of popping corks, of pâté, and when the peloton goes by, liniment, the fragrances of the tour.
Take away the applause.
But undefeated Darren Van Horn has taught his opponents a few lessons on his way to the IBF junior middleweight crown. Now he puts his perfect record on the line against Gianfranco Rossi. Plus, coverage of the Tour de France continues. It's all on ABC's Wide World of Sports, Saturday.
His mom and dad are now wet and nervous at the finish. Well, their lead is down to 12 minutes. Anyone can break away from the peloton, but talent and desire and luck must be in place for you to stay. The peloton can't erase the lead fast enough. As Futuroscope approaches, the pulse of the race quickens.
Pellier's attack has lasted now almost 4 hours, and the weather will help him too, while others dodge the wet. The prize list unexpectedly doubled today. The peloton now have another reason to finally flex their muscles. No threat in the morning, Pellier at one stage in the afternoon had gained all the time he'd lost in the previous week. Laurent Fignon, still 5 seconds behind Greg LeMond, now joins in the 30 miles an hour pursuit in an attempt to conserve the status quo.
Pellier's lead, now less than 2 minutes, has fallen like a rock. But now, the finish line is safely within reach.
This is the longest successful breakaway of the last 10 years, and the career highlight for a man who has had some real ups and downs, including a victory in last year's Tour of Luxembourg, from which he was then disqualified following a positive doping test.
For Joe Pellier, the reality of the yellow jersey doesn't exist right now in this race. But the reality of winning a stage in the Tour de France, a dream thousands of cyclists have, and doing it in front of his mother and father, is now.
This seems to happen 2 or 3 times each year in the Tour de France. That one man with no chance to win and not really part of the development of the race will emerge from the pack for a single day of glory.
The peloton is now weaving a wet, frenetic band, making sure the lead they allowed Pellier is as small as possible when it's over. LeMond and Fignon helped stir the mix. It's not easy to deflect the attention of the Tour de France away from the yellow jersey, but Joel Pellier has done that in stage 6. 161 miles in 6 hours, 57:45. LeMond, Delgado, and Fignon finish shoulder to shoulder to shoulder. The battle for the yellow jersey remains unchanged as Greg LeMond crossed the line in a pack numbering 182.
So Greg LeMond wears the yellow jersey for the second time this year, and the status quo is preserved. On this day, the story is Joe Pellier, a story about a man whose perception of himself will be changed by what he achieved today. Quite a thing for his mother to have chosen this day to see her son race, or was it because she did come that he raced so well?
Patty Schoen.
Pouring that usually cues the smiling during moments like these in Vineyard Country. Stage 7 should be a pretty messy affair. Rain and fog have pelted the roads that will carry the cyclists 160.5 miles closer to the mountains in the south, from the charming city of Poitiers to the capital of tasty fermentation, Bordeaux.
With the Pyrenees lying in wait 200 miles along the route, the journey to France's most famous vineyards to Bordeaux should have been pleasant. Instead, it was wet. Greg LeMond replaces, with the permission of the organization, his yellow jersey for a team jersey, while Stephen Rooks has no thoughts of making up for lost time, instead only of keeping warm.
LeMond talks with Cyril Guimard, who recognized his talent early and offered him the job that brought Greg to Europe in the first place. Guimard today manages the man who rides second to Greg in the race, Laurent Fignon. The riders of the Tour de France are known as les forçats de la route, the convicts of the road, because they are chained to the peloton. When it rides, they too must ride, rain or shine.
A crash involving PDM teammates, Irish cycling star Sean Kelly, who is okay, and stage 3 winner Raul Alcala, who was not for a time. But Alcala has visited the Doctor on Wheels. The bridge shrouded in the mist marks the official entry to the land of wine. At the finish, it's a sprint to the line, spearheaded by Etienne de Wilde, who wins the first stage ever, while the peloton dashes to the line in an effort to stay close. 4 seconds back, they all receive the same time. Fignon and LeMond are in the pack. As a result, the Belgians record their first stage win on the Tour so far. While all the leaders were in the peloton, and because they were all credited identically, each of the time differentials remain the same. LeMond and Fignon separated by 5. Hampson 4:44 back. Delgado still there. The place is La Bastide d'Armagnac. home of the adult beverage of Armagnac. But that is only part of the lure of a medieval place more than 7 centuries old. It is the starting place for today's Stage 8, a relatively short jaunt of 97.5 miles, which brings the cyclists closer to the Pyrenees. A nuclear protest greets them, and finding it all very boring is Bernard Hinault, who has seen it all on the Tour.
Through the years, there have been any number of protests which use the Tour as a platform. This one represents a sensitive issue in France. The cyclists are led carefully through the lines to the start. La Bastide d'Armagnac is hosting the Tour for the first time this year. Small villages like this one may have to lobby for years to have the Tour visit them. And when it finally happens, they make the most of the opportunity. This is Father Joseph Massey of the Church of Notre-Dame des Cyclistes. The statue is of the Virgin Protector of lovers of cycling. Stephen Roach, winner of the Tour 2 years ago, greets Father Massey, himself a cycling enthusiast who found a church 30 years ago. Englishman Sean Yates looks on. Greg LeMond presents his jersey to the Father, thus following in the tradition of other great champions like Eddie Merckx and Jacques Anquetil.
The peloton is down to 188 men. 10 have been behind, and now so has the protest and the proud priest. The strategy of this stage will be interesting, for a gamble may only burn you out for the big climbs which begin tomorrow. Greg LeMond still leads the way. However, when nature calls, you answer and drop back to the privacy at the side of the road. Then, pay the price, pedaling back to the pack. LeMond easily rejoins the peloton, and in doing so, is right back with everyone who wants to beat him. The question is there someone in that group who is going to give it a try?
At Bic, we've been studying champion Dodgers. Or Bo Jackson leads a royal invasion into New York to face the Yankees. This week on ABC's Thursday Night Baseball.
What the Tour is to France, what cars are to Detroit, and the Yankees to New York, wine is to Bordeaux. Pierre Salinger gives some of the flavor of this region, famous for Vin Rouge.
Of the red wines of Bordeaux, there are 4 vineyards of first quality. The first is Chateau Margaux, belonging to the Marquis d'Agincourt, who makes about 150 tons of 1,000 bottles each. He has engaged a Monsieur Gernon as his merchant.
The man who wrote those words was Thomas Jefferson, the writer of the Declaration of Independence and later the President of the United States. In 1787, he was the United States ambassador in France. In February of that year, he started out on a 4-month tour of France to search out the finest wines in the world. He arrived here in the Bordeaux country in May of 1787. What we see here are the rich vineyards of Chateau Margaux. But Jefferson's vision 200 years ago was very different. He wrote a friend.
The culture of wine is a species of gambling, and of desperate gambling, too, wherein, whether you make much or nothing, you are equally ruined. We see such wretchedness among the class of cultivators. Wine, too, is so cheap that the laborers lead sad lives.
This is a drawing of Chateau Margaux when Jefferson was here. But a little more than 20 years later, the new chateau was built. The barrels where the first years of wines are placed are exactly the same as when Jefferson was here. The vats where the grapes are pressed are also the same. And Bordeaux wines have become a rich industry. Prices have risen dramatically, as well as the standard of daily life of those who produce it. As to Thomas Jefferson's assessment of Bordeaux wines, more than 200 years later, he's absolutely right. At that time, he named his 4 favorite wines: Chateau Margaux, Chateau Latour, Chateau Lafite, and Chateau Briand. Today, they are still 4 of the 5 Premier Crus, the highest ranked wines of the Bordeaux region. A toast to you.
The characters of the peloton would appreciate Pierre's thought and maybe later take him up on it. But for now, there'll be no clinking glasses, for the chase is on again. 50 miles to the finish, 4 men lead the way.
For the time being, this is the final chance for the Hares to outrun the Hounds before the mountains welcome the Tour once more. These 4 men who race ahead with the 50 miles to go are Martin Early, the Irishman, 13 minutes back. Michael Wilson, an Australian, lying 5 minutes off. And 2 Frenchmen, Philippe Louvio, half an hour behind, and France's national champion, Eric Carritou. His deficit, 9 minutes. The peloton stay together, the pace being set by the team of Greg LeMond, the yellow jersey. The ADR squad all look to their leader, making sure he's safe, carrying him towards the finish in Pau, ready for the fight that is sure to come. For the time being, the 4 escapers stay ahead.
And the Reynolds team stay with their star, Pedro Delgado. Tomorrow he will reach the mountains where it will be up to him to resume his effort to win back lost time.
Laurent Fignon waves to his team, seeming to say, come on, I've got an idea, let's break. But maybe just another shrewd move of gamesmanship to keep the peloton on its toes. The roads get windy on the way to Pau, and there are some uphill climbs and downhill descents. That began 1.2 miles ago, Martin Early streaks to the finish. He is an Irishman. So is Sean Kelly, one of the great cyclists of all time. And so is Stephen Roche, who once starred and won the Tour de France. Early can never hope to be like them. He can only hope to achieve great moments in his career, great moments like this. For winning a stage in the Tour de France is something Martin Early may never do again. The peloton streaks to the finish. They are 178 strong, 20 seconds back, and include Fignon, Delgado, and Greg LeMond. So Martin Early, after much frustration in his career, wins his first stage of the Tour de France. The men of the peloton 20 seconds back. Greg LeMond and Laurent Fignon still now 5 seconds apart. Breaking is a name to watch. Andy Hampsten trails by 4:44, and Pedro Delgado is still part of the mix. So the first wild week of the Tour comes to an end with an exclamation point provided by Greg LeMond. Pedro Delgado of Spain has put the early embarrassment behind him and now enters the mountains where the embarrassment can be felt by someone else. Laurent Fignon continues to be intriguing in appearance, dedication, and strategy. Over the last few stages, it seems France loves him again. Greg LeMond sleeps with the yellow jersey again tonight. What he'll dream about is a mystery, considering one of his biggest ones has already come true. Weekend, the Pyrenees Mountains will tell us if Laurent Fignon can satisfy the French thirst for a hero. Whether Pedro Delgado can continue to shave the deficit away. The possibility of another American speaking up. And if this vision of Greg LeMond is for real. They all want what he wears, but one size doesn't fit all. Week in the Pyrenees bordering Spain with the leaders out on the edge. In those mountains, American Greg LeMond had to give up the yellow jersey and his 5-second lead. For on the last climb, mysterious French Laurent Fignon charged ahead like Napoleon to take a 7-second lead and wear the shirt that has twice been his. Pedro Delgado, the defending champion, seems ready to place his name on the list of great comebacks. Once last, he is now fourth. Enter the quiet husband of a schoolteacher, Charlie Molte of France, who as he heads into the French Alps where he lives, is only 57 seconds back. The blazing sun of the Mediterranean is behind them. What's ahead may lie in their stars. Today, following 86 years of history, the 155 men who are left continue the odyssey of the Tour de France, trying to claim the greatest prize in cycling.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport.
Shoot the ball. Bang, bang, yeah!
The entire crowd on its feet as Jim Ryan
is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. Remember, know when to say when. By High Performance Compact Personal Computers. By the Big Meadow Shaver. It stretches your skin for a great shave. And by Kellogg's Nut and Honey Crunch Cereal.
It lies somewhere out there, amidst the smell of lavender and the sight of frozen stone. Maybe 8,000 feet above the sea, or perhaps on a ribbon of road perched on a slope. No one knows what it looks like, but out from the beauty of the Alps, the soon-to-change quiet, and the valleys that reach to the sky, one man will soon find the secret of victory in the Tour de France. Now heading into those peaks, the 76th edition of the race began 1,400 miles ago in a small corner of the world called Luxembourg. It crossed cobblestone roads through Belgium, eventually into France. Then a plane ride to the Brittany coast where Greg LeMond did shine. South through the famous vineyards into the Pyrenees near Spain, where Fignon took the lead. He kept it all the way along the south coast into Marseille, enhancing yesterday's Bastille Day celebration. Now the Alps, and 4 more torturous days. After that, a high-speed train ride will whisk the cyclists to the Palace at Versailles, where the race will finally end July 23rd in Paris. Good afternoon. I'm Al Trautwig reporting from the French alpine town of Gap, which is where stage 14 of the 1989 Tour de France will end today. Now, the cyclists who remain in this race will depart the city of Marseille, leave the shores of the Mediterranean, follow a 148-mile course, and eventually wind up here at the end of the day. When they do, they will be at the gateway of the Alps. And that sets stage for tomorrow's dramatic, grueling individual time trial, which is a 24-mile race directly up the side of a mountain that's a mile high. You can see coverage of that tomorrow on our ABC Sports Special beginning at 2:30 Eastern Time. As for today, we're going to bring you up to date as to where the Tour stands at this very moment. As Sam Posey joins me, though, I believe we must talk about the week that was before we look ahead.
Yes, this past week bears close scrutiny because it was our first look at racing in the mountains. And what happened in the Pyrenees on Monday and Tuesday can be regarded as a microcosm of what may be about to happen now that the race is reaching the longer, steeper climbs of the Alps. We also had 4 days of racing through relatively flat terrain near the Mediterranean, through Toulouse, through Arles, where Vincent van Gogh painted 100 years ago. And although the race was rich in incident, nothing happened that decisively affected the outcome. The last decisive moment was Tuesday afternoon on a climb to a place called Super Bagnères.
This is that place. Altitude almost 6,000 feet, and the last of 4 mountains that comprised Stage 10. Nearing the finish, Pedro Delgado, who broke to the front with help of a teammate, battles with Scotsman Robert Millar. Their lead over the chase group is just over 3 minutes. At stake for Millar, the pride of dueling the great Delgado one-on-one, and winning in mountains where he has known success. For Delgado, every second he gains on the leaders is a second he gains in continuing his comeback. Even though Millar wins the stage, Delgado shaves his deficit in half. Further down the mountain, Greg LeMond and Laurent Fignon know the score. But Fignon wants to change it. Suddenly, the Frenchman pushes it to a higher level, and in so doing challenges LeMond, the wearer of the yellow jersey, to catch him.
After shadowing Greg LeMond since the American took the lead 4 days previously, Laurent Fignon uses the last climb in the Pyrenees this year to try to recoup the 5 seconds he's behind. LeMond reacts. He reacts too quickly, and when he catches the Frenchman, he puts himself in trouble, because LeMond hits an oxygen debt, and soon those 5 seconds look very, very good.
The air, thinning with the altitude, becomes cold. At the same time, the rider's thighs burn with exertion, and the measure of the man is just how much pain he can stand.
Fignon maintains the pace. Greg LeMond is not recovering from the initial effort to catch up with the flying Frenchman. And slowly but surely, the ground opens up, and LeMond falls back.
What Fignon is telling Greg LeMond is that if you're going to wear the yellow jersey, you're going to have to work a little harder. Fignon takes the oxygen debt right to the bank. Seconds later, American Andy Hampsten, who trails Greg LeMond's leading time by more than 5 minutes, tries to pick up a few seconds of his own. Crossing the line, Fignon looks appropriately haggard, but the press doesn't care. They want a picture of the new leader of the Tour de France. 10 seconds later, Andy Hampsten crosses, then finally Greg LeMond. Notice how quickly the reporters leave him alone. He had fought so hard to come back and wear it again, and now it was gone. It belonged to Fignon, who was back in France's good graces, but it was only a matter of seconds.
For me, the most important is that I'm in a very good position, and now the pressure's on Laurent Fignon. And but for me, I think he made a very big mistake today. Letting Delgado, he played the race all against me, but he has to realize that Delgado is probably the most dangerous rider now.
Delgado, once 198th, is now 4th.
The next morning, Wednesday, the men that had starred in the mountains have a rest day of sorts as they are swept along in the peloton. Critical to a rider's success in the Tour is his ability to rejuvenate quickly, to use a day like this to bounce back. These are the first truly clear skies since the Tour began. The Pyrenees are left behind, and the race comes to Toulouse, with buildings from Roman times, and an aircraft plant where the supersonic Concords were built.
The biggest disappointment of this tour has been Fabio Parra, the Colombian, 3rd last year and should have starred this. He receives an injection from the doctor on the move for an undisclosed sickness. Parra's Spanish Kelmer team, already decimated to just 2 of 9, will later soon be out of the tour completely, because this day Parra and his only teammate will wave farewell.
Just before the finish of Stage 11, Belgian Rudy Donens breaks away, searching for the glory of a prestigious stage victory. With no one near him except the god of nervousness, his dream comes apart. He misses the moment of hearing the cheers and the monetary prize that comes with it. The bike and he, all bent out of shape. On the road to Montpellier, Paul Kimmage quietly suffers, for he is quitting the race. His Tour de France will only last 12 stages. Arms against the van like a criminal, his number 156 is ceremoniously removed. At that moment, he is officially out. Kimmage had been losing large amounts of time over the past days, and his friend and former Tour winner Stephen Roche had retired 3 days before. It was all too much. Kimmage, an Irishman, is on his way home, saying he may never cycle again.
It seems if you have a protest to make, the Tour de France is the place to do it. And on stage 12, 3 leaders are slowed while a group of ecologists complain about the sighting of a waste dump. No matter how inactive the peloton appears, there's always the unpleasant reminders of reality. Gert-Jan Teunissen comes off worst in this 30-rider pileup.
Stage 12 ends when Valerio Tebaldi, a member of an all-Italian team, leads a break that defeats the leaders by an astounding 21 minutes. But the yellow jersey is safe, because even by gaining all that time, Tebaldi is still 48 minutes back. Yesterday, unexpected moves in stage 13 threw the peloton into chaos. In a supposedly quiet flatland stage, Charlie Motte and Laurent Fignon, 2 of the leaders, broke away.
LeMond and Delgado give chase, which they would not bother to do if the riders pulling away weren't the threat to them that Fignon and Motte constitute. Is the break for real, or is it just one of Fignon's mind games? LeMond and Delgado are in no mood to take a chance.
The chase is successful, and the peloton, including a relieved Greg LeMond, erased the chaos-inducing charge of Charlie Motte and aggressive Laurent Fignon. The attrition rate has been high, for of the 198 who started, only 155 men remained to spend last night in Marseille. And as they did, Laurent Fignon still led Greg LeMond. Charlie Motte was 3rd, and Pedro Delgado was 4th. Now it is time to take the Tour de France into the Alps.
This compact machine is blindingly, dizzyingly fast.
Look, if we reduce the drag, what, 0.3?
0.3 is good. Compact. It's the muscle car of computers.
The Greens. First, the greatest cyclists in the world wind into the final stages of the sport's most rigorous test. It's same-day coverage of the Tour de France. Plus, the finest women golfers tee off for the most prestigious championship of their tour, the U.S. Women's Open, live. It's all tomorrow on ABC Sports.
Last night across France and in Marseille, everyone, including Charlie Motte's team, celebrated what revolutionists did 200 years ago. Revolutionist hats were in vogue. The French sky filled with fireworks. It was a welcome relief from the pressures of the Tour. Charlie Motte celebrated like a Frenchman should. The Tour would be tomorrow. This morning, under the Mediterranean sun, the peloton assembled under the continuing good feeling left from the night before.
Laurent Fignon takes a quick glance at a diagram which most of the riders carry. It shows the elevation changes of the day's stage. The Alps are ahead, Laurent.
Stage 14 leaves the almost 1 million citizens of Marseille behind, heading northeast into the startlingly beautiful Provence. The route of 148 miles includes 2 climbs in the lower region of the Alps. Final destination, Gap.
On another hot day, Charlie Motte makes a routine return to the pack, while Greg LeMond thinks perhaps of tomorrow's time trial. Fignon, no heroics today, keeps his position in a fast-moving peloton that this year never seems to slow down.
The air of the Provence smells refreshing, filled with spices and lavender that grow plentifully along the route.
Lucha Herrera of Colombia runs in the lead pack. At 28, he's a national hero and paid like a superstar. But he's currently in 30th place, and his tour has been a disaster. There's talk of cutting his salary, and what we're seeing here is a last-ditch effort to save his reputation.
The 2 leaders, Jelle Neidem, one of the world's top sprinters, and Pascal Poisson in 63rd place, take off towards the line. Lucho Herrera is back in the pack. The peloton is so close they can almost feel the breeze left by the 2. The entire pack of 144 riders receives the same time, 2 seconds back of Jelle Neidem, who twice in 1987 and 1988 wore the yellow jersey. Today he claims his 2nd stage of this tour, but unfortunately past stage struggles have handicapped him greatly. The effort put forth by Jelle Neidem belies the fact that he is in 110th place. American Greg LeMond remains in 2nd. On the eve of the next critical stage in the Tour de France, we will talk to Greg in a moment.
Coming up, undefeated IBF World Junior Middleweight Champ Darren Van Horn tangles with Gianfranco Rossi, live from Atlantic City.
They said we'd never make it, that you were too headstrong and...
Victory.
And McKinney has done it.
And the agony of defeat.
Oh, baby.
Could be worth $50 if you answer 6 questions correctly. Dial 1-900-741-7777 to play ABC's Wide World of Sports trivia game. Use the touch-tone phone. Each call is $1.50 for the first minute and 50 cents for each additional minute. There's a 5-win limit and you must be 18. Call anytime to play ABC's Wide World of Sports trivia game.
After 14 stages of the Tour de France, the time differentials of Fignon, LeMond, and Motet remain unchanged. Pedro Delgado received a 10-second penalty for eating outside the prescribed zone. Greg LeMond, looking towards tomorrow, still remains optimistic.
I expect myself to be in the top 3, top 4 in the time trial. Depends on if you have a good or a bad day. If I have a good day, maybe I can win. If I have a so-so day, maybe I'll lose a minute and a half. But it's still not the end of the world. There's still 6 days, 4 days in the mountain, 6 days to go, plus another time trial, which will suit me at the end. So no matter what happens tomorrow, it's still not over until you get to Paris.
You and Laurent Fignon have traded some innuendos back and forth. How does it stand between you right now?
He feels like we're so close in ability and so close to winning this race each other, and I think he feels that I'm quite a threat, so he's trying to do whatever he can to tactically to discourage me or break me down. Delgado, I think, is, to me, potentially the most dangerous rider. I don't believe Fignon is going to win the Tour. I think that if somebody's going to win it, it's going to be Delgado or myself. I'd like to think that.
Tomorrow, Laurent Fignon will keep the yellow jersey if he affects the change. He may lose it if he is affected by one put forth by someone else. Tomorrow, it's time to grab your fastest bike, make yourself aerodynamic, and ride alone to the mountaintop a mile high. For American Andy Hampsten to have a chance in this race, he may have to make his move in a grueling 24-mile individual time trial. Frenchman Charlie Motet knows, having worked so hard in the Pyrenees to come within a minute of the lead, this is no time to back off. Pedro Delgado remembers the mountain time trial of a year ago. It gave him control of the Tour, which he won. We'll get an idea how much of a threat to win Greg LeMond really is. And for Laurent Fignon, the yellow jersey, which fits him well, may be riding on the ticking clock, which doesn't lie. Tomorrow, what looks so beautiful and majestic may actually destroy the dreams of some of winning the Tour de France.
And so a dramatic
trial by endurance and by time to a peak a mile high. Today, the Tour de France tells Andy Hampsten to cycle the 24 miles as fast as he can, and he knows his hopes may lie on how fast his fastest is. Charlie Motet of France knows he has worked hard to get within a minute of the leaders, and to stay there, work a little harder. Pedro Delgado remembers the mountain trial of a year ago. In it, he grabbed hold of the Tour, which he won. All along, Greg LeMond has been proving and reproving himself. That will not change. Laurent Fignon will have to be the vision of aerodynamics if he dreams of holding on to the yellow jersey. Beautiful and majestic they are, but today the mountains are only a monstrous obstacle that stands in the way of the dreams of the men to win the Tour de France. The 18-wheelers moved in the middle of the night, in hours transferring the ski resort of Ercier-Merlet into Tour de France City. They have built the finish line for today's time trial, and they await the men who come here from the valley below. Good afternoon. I'm Al Trautwig reporting from the French alpine town of Gap. Sam Posey and Phil Liggett will join me in a moment. This city is a fraternity member in the long-standing list of towns that have played host to the Tour de France in France over the years. But today it plays host to something special called Stage 15. Stage 15 is an individual time trial, one man at a time against the clock, following a 24-mile course. Except at the end of this race, there will be a mountain to be climbed. It's a mile high. We believe this stage could dramatically affect the standings, and later on we'll have same-day coverage as to exactly what happens. But before we do that, we want to focus on the three men who have captured our imagination and headlines along the way in this Tour de France. And they are survivors in a way, because of the 198 cyclists who started this race, almost a quarter of them have been left on the roads behind us. But for a time, that's exactly where we're going to go. To tell you the story of Delgado, Fignon, and LeMond, we go back to the roads we have visited before. Luxembourg, and the Tour de France begins. Greg LeMond trying to show the cycling world that after 3 years of mental and physical distress, his time had come again, and it's working. He was near the leaders, but they said, let's see how you do, Greg, when the terrain gets tough. All the while, Spaniard Pedro Delgado tried to come back from a last-place start. Then dashing into the mix was Frenchman Laurent Fignon. Once a champion, he wanted it back. But LeMond took the precious yellow leader's jersey first. They raced to the proving ground. The man they call Perico, the race's defending champion, trailed by less than 7 minutes, and he owns the vicious climbs that were to come. Fignon trailed LeMond by 5 seconds and patiently kept the hair-flattening pace. He knew, Delgado knew, and Greg LeMond knew that the Tour de France is decided in one place. They were all part of the pack, called the Peloton, arriving in a place called the Pyrenees for a showdown in the mountains. What is the fascination with mountains? The lure to play amongst the giants, to stare at the power of creation, or maybe conquer them yourself. Why the inspiration to climb them? Maybe to find out how good you are, or be up in the clouds so close to the stars. The answers to all the questions may just be that a visit to the mountains usually implants a memory you'll have for the rest of your life. The Pyrenees Mountains lie along the French border with Spain in the southwest of the country. Stage 10 begins in the spa ski town of Courtrai, passes through 3 mountain passes rich in tour history, finally winding up in a ski resort known as Super-Bagnères. Bright sunshine tears through the clear mountain air, a day when Courtrai is where it is happening in cycling. Who is happening in cycling is Greg LeMond, newly confident.
I would have been satisfied with top 20 going into the race, but now I won't be satisfied unless I'm in the top 5, maybe top 3, maybe top 2, maybe first.
The mountain peak called Super-Bagnères had been special once before for Greg LeMond. In 1986, it was here that he scored his only stage win en route to his victory in the Tour. But today, a postcard to Greg's wife, Kathy, and the kids back home in Belgium. You won't see riders standing around much. Whenever possible, they lie down. While Greg favors cartoons, arch-rival Fignon prefers Stephen King. Fignon radiates star quality. He is unpredictable, a man who forces rivals to focus more on him than on themselves. Pedro Delgado has waited patiently for this opportunity in the mountains. Charlie Motet, the quiet man of the Tour, is another who may star today. Is Andy Hampsten ready? We'll know soon.
The second day in the Pyrenees brings together all of the high spots in the southern mountain range that separate France from Spain. It's a day for close encounters with old Tour friends, the Col de Tourmalet, the Col d'Aspin, and the Col de Peyresourde, first included in the race in 1910. It's a day the climbing specialists can relish as they move away from Courtrai over the Col de Tourmalet at 6,900 feet, the Peyresourde at 5,100, to the finish of Super-Bagnères at 5,009.
The Peloton, cycling terminology for the main pack, begins to rise from the valley. But with Tourmalet in the distance, Charlie Motet and Robert Miller, a Scot, who have both finished 4th in the Tour, make a break. They are joined by Pascal Richard, a Swiss. Pedro Delgado, trailing LeMond by 6 minutes and 24 seconds, is in front of a pack with teammate Julian Gorospe, whose sole job in the race it is to help the defending champion set the pace, break away, or just get water. Gorospe is a team domestique. For now, LeMond is on his own and mysteriously unconcerned to challenge the break. Perhaps he feels a weakness because he has no one like Gorospe on his team to help.
Robert Miller has an affinity with the Pyrenees. He's won here twice before. Charlie Motte has found an ally to try and beat the rest, and Richard has fallen back. The pacemakers of this tour know now they faced their toughest day in the mountains so far. And up on top of the mountain, Miller speeds over the Tourmalet. His lead just 28 seconds over the chase group. The newspaper to put up the jumper and keep the wind off the chest.
Still, the peloton simply prowls but doesn't attack. Delgado leads the group, surrounded by his powerful mountain teammates. It seems as if he will be the one to make the move, but when? 28 seconds doesn't seem to be enough of an inspiration to go just yet. A feeling shared with Greg LeMond, who continues in a stage many felt would cost him his yellow jersey. Is now a memory for Charlie Motte and Robert Miller. They lead by 30 seconds, and Pedro Delgado doesn't like it. Using Gorospe to break the air, Delgado rides more easily in the slipstream. This, then, would be his move away from the pack. So much was now happening in the race. How long can Greg LeMond go without getting involved?
You need computers to help you compete. That don't become obsolete. How are you gonna do it? You're gonna pee it.
The Tour de France. This ABC Sports exclusive is brought to you by High Performance Compact Personal Computers. Compact, it simply works better. By your Toyota dealer. Whatever car or truck you choose, you'll love the quality. Who could ask for anything more? And by Kellogg's Nut and Honey Crunch. And now new Nut and Honey Crunchos. What's in the O? Nut and honey.
The finish at Super-Bagnères, a ski resort that looks like it was dropped onto the top of the mountain by helicopter. The cyclists should be so lucky. Pedro Delgado's unrelenting drive meant that leaders Charlie Motte and Robert Miller had company. Gorospe had done his job and now has fallen away. If the race ended right now, Charlie Motte would have the yellow jersey, for the peloton has fallen 4 minutes and 15 seconds back. Knowing the time situation means Fignon, Andy Hampsten, and Greg LeMond must press, for stage 10 is, it seems, changing the race dramatically. Be part of it now, or it may be lost.
A big part of mountain racing is the rider's close contact with the crowd. Now, those are Basque flags, while Delgado is from Segovia. But in a moment like this, a Spaniard is a Spaniard. They're urging him on, and you can almost feel the collective energy flowing into Delgado as he leads Miller and Motte. Fignon, preoccupied more by LeMond, who he leads here, than Delgado, who he has allowed to pull far ahead. And Hampsten, riding for the first time in close company with the key men in the race. Delgado leads Motte and Miller with 6 miles to go. Delgado rides a surging wave of emotion, supremely confident, knowing he's tearing great chunks out of LeMond and Fignon's lead. And now he's leaving Motte behind.
Those with ambition know now they face a major decision. Fignon, and just behind him, Andy Hampsten, and behind the two of them, Greg LeMond, have lost sight of their most dangerous rival. Delgado at this moment is not worried about Robert Miller. He's thinking only of making up time on Greg LeMond and Laurent Fignon. He has 1.5 miles to make up as much as possible.
chase group, led by Fignon and a strong Andy Hampsten, begins to close on the leaders. Just 3.5 minutes back now. Stroke over 4 mountains today, Robert Miller has matched Delgado, the man regarded as the strongest climber in the sport. Delgado had hoped to make up 2 minutes of his deficit on this stage. He's nearly doubled that.
Delgado and Miller have been strong, but the lead is shrinking. The chase group is now the center of this race's attention, for the yellow jersey is the attraction. Miller hasn't won a stage in the Tour de France in 5 years. He is spurred on by that and the thought of doing it against the great Delgado. Delgado has delivered what the mountains had promised. The stage belongs to Miller, but the clock now starts, and for every second that ticks by, Delgado erases his deficit. 1 mile from the finish and 3.5 minutes behind Delgado, the race still hasn't played out all its surprises. For Laurent Fignon drops Greg LeMond. Immediately, and for the first time since stage 5, Greg LeMond fears the loss of the shirt he coveted. He reacts accordingly.
LeMond, in sight of the hardest day of the Tour de France so far, must have thought his yellow jersey was safe. Instead, Fignon's attack has caused a violent reaction. After 4 mountains, LeMond's answer to the attack has put him into an oxygen debt. His heart fights to catch up with the pace set by his legs. Slowly but surely, LeMond's overall lead slips away.
Has pushed his legs to the point where lactic acid makes them feel like balloons, and that is poisonous to a charge like this. Greg is concerned now not by what's in front, but what's behind, for he cannot catch Fignon.
And what he sees is Andy Hampsten, characteristically not varying his rhythm as he passes LeMond, now exhausted from his futile counterattack on Fignon.
Oxygen debt leads to a Fignon surplus in terms of time, but he looks worn as well. There is a swarm around the new leader of the race. Fignon will wear the yellow jersey for the first time since he won in 1984. Seconds later, Andy Hampsten finishes. As a result, he gains no time on Fignon and only a couple on LeMond, who is right behind. The time additions and subtractions put LeMond 7 seconds back. Robert Miller, who once made a wrong turn in the Pyrenees and lost that stage, made all the right ones today as the slopes of the Pyrenees have juggled the status of many. Miller defeats Delgado in the stage by a wheel, and the rules say that as a result, they will receive the same time. The yellow jersey belongs to Fignon. Greg LeMond trails by 7 seconds. Motte emerges clearly, and Pedro Delgado has turned a 10-minute deficit into 1 under 3.
It was a complex day. You rode beautifully again, but you surrendered the yellow jersey. What are your thoughts?
10 seconds, not much, and he just took off in the last 200 meters. I was a little tired at the end. But for me, the most important is that I'm in a very good position, and now the pressure's on Laurent Fignon. And but for me, I think he made a very big mistake today. I think Delgado, he played the race all against me, but he has to realize that Delgado is probably the most dangerous rider now. And as we approach the Alps, Delgado is getting closer to Fignon, and I believe that Delgado will take time out of Fignon in the time trial and even more on the hills. So for me, the race is between Delgado and Fignon, with me a close contender.
So Charlie Motte of France has emerged and doesn't find it all that enjoyable. Delgado is also the object of attention, but that is not new. Greg LeMond tries to take off the yellow jersey. Now he needs help. Maybe deep inside he doesn't want it removed, for it symbolized his comeback as complete. Fignon has made a statement by grabbing the jersey. The question is, just what will he do with it now that he wears it?
Compaq has consistently led the industry with products that incorporate the latest technology.
Ms. Lucas, it's time to board.
You have time for this?
I have time.
The Compaq laptop pushes the state of the art.
Now that's neat.
It's my secret weapon.
Compaq understands what its customers want.
Welcome to New York. How was the flight?
I can't wait to show you.
There's a woman who loves what he smells like because there's something about Brute that's nice to be close to.
Honey, I was just thinking about you.
Brute. It smells like a man.
In 1969, man landed on the moon. Now, 20 years later, another incredible quest begins. Transantarctica, the international expedition on ABC.
If the Tour de France was just what you see when the riders are aboard their bikes, it would not be the event it is. The moments off the bike, the way you eat, the way you sleep, your contact with loved ones at home, your manipulation of the press, all this counts. A chance encounter with a rival is an opportunity to pretend he doesn't exist. Another point in this game, which is partly about bikes and partly about life. In this year's race, the struggle for supremacy between Delgado, LeMond, and Fignon, each a former winner, has created a high-voltage situation. And the ins and outs of the rivalry between these three men, what appears to be going on versus what is actually going on, has delighted all of France, a country which loves intrigue and innuendo. This year, the personalities of these three men has guaranteed that in the Tour, what you see is not always what you get. The Tour, for example, is not a tour at all. It's a race. But the race is so long, it's not so much a race as a way of life. Riders who act like buddies are often deadly rivals. Fignon, LeMond, and Delgado, three key riders, and each has played a role sharply different from what had been expected of him. Pedro Delgado, the pre-race favorite, had fallen so far behind in the early days that he had traded the aura of defending champion for that of a man struggling desperately against the odds. Greg LeMond had been thought to be recovering from injury. Even he hadn't hoped for much, but suddenly the yellow jersey was causing him to think big. The book on Laurent Fignon was that he would play it cagey and hold back. Instead, he seemed eager to dominate the peloton. Fignon and LeMond have ridden together like old friends, but friends they are not. Fignon, always the master of psychology, responded to LeMond's attack with one of his own.
My point of view is that when you wear the yellow jersey, you have obligations towards that jersey. You are the lead of the Tour. You must defend that jersey, do things in advance. You should have a lead attitude in the race. And I think that Greg was just not having it. He was letting me do all the work. I was second, even it was only for 5 seconds difference.
There's enough to talk about to last through many bottles of wine. Can LeMond score a major upset? Will Fignon's confidence survive in the brutal climbs of the Alps? Will Delgado's comeback succeed? Or perhaps Mottet could win, or Hampsten. In the Tour, there's a rider for every taste. And who knows, the winner may yet even turn out to be what the French call l'inconnu, an unknown.
In one of the letters that Vincent van Gogh wrote when he painted in this part of the world, he said, "The sun beats down upon my head. I do not doubt that it makes one a bit queer. It is Bastille Day, and everything, it seems, is a little out of the ordinary." There was tension in the Mediterranean air. Laurent Fignon had blasted Greg LeMond for not being the leader when he wore the yellow jersey, so he took it. LeMond said Fignon had tactically been foolish by not worrying more about Delgado. For days they traded glances in the peloton. Now they traded barbs. Delgado is in great position, adding to the heat felt by the two. Frenchman Charlie Mottet is even closer to the leaders, while Andy Hampsten prepares to ride another flatland stage that for him includes a strategy of just not losing more time and staying out of trouble. That was easier said than done the day before when Andy was victimized along with 26 other riders. Still, his strategy remains the same.
All the tours I've done, there's lost and one in the Alps, so I don't like 5 minutes behind the leaders. But at the same time, there's, you know, I don't have the strength just to ride away from everyone, and they certainly won't let me. I'm too marked for that. So I have to let the little battles happen in the Pyrenees and then on the flat stages, and then, you know, hope that I have the super form in the Alps. So I hate waiting. You know, I'm not a real patient person. It's almost like 2 weeks of just, you know, twiddling my thumbs. But the plan's really just stay out of trouble and go for it in the Alps.
Stage 13 begins in the architecturally bold city of Montpellier, passes through Van Gogh's painting haven of Arles, then heads south to the 2,500-year-old harbor at Marseille. The huge neoclassical concrete structures designed by Spanish architect Ricardo Bofi provide the backdrop at the start. There is little wind, and the mercury is high. It feels like there is 1 degree for every one of the 110 miles that lies ahead. There were questions as to the performance of Greg LeMond when he wore the yellow jersey, and largely those questions were put forth by one, Laurent Fignon. Now everyone wanted to know, as Greg LeMond had removed the shirt, just what would Laurent Fignon do now that he wore it?
During the 3 weeks of the Tour de France, time seems elastic, sometimes rushing by, sometimes frozen. This is stage 13 of 21, part of an interlude, an interstitial moment between the Pyrenees and the all-important Alps. Each day has seen a different town, a different hotel, a deepening sense of dislocation. The ordinary rhythms of life have been displaced by the relentless punishment of the Tour. Your body in constant pain now, and thus the need for diversion, so welcome when they come.
Miles to go, and this is nothing the peloton will applaud. Confusion as Laurent Fignon, the race leader, and Charlie Motet break away. 2 Frenchmen on Bastille Day trying to start a little revolution of their own. What is happening is outrageous and is catching the peloton off guard. On a flat stage where time is rarely gained in large amounts, 2 of the top 3 men have escaped. It seems Laurent Fignon's theory of how to act in the yellow jersey is very different from Greg LeMond's. There is irony in the fact that these 2 are former teammates, now suddenly working together towards something they cannot possibly share. Quickly, they've built a 47-second lead. The panic in the peloton is largely as a result of teams not riding together in preparation for such a move. Meanwhile, 5-time champion Bernard Hinault tells Laurent Fignon what he is accomplishing, one French legend to another. To catch 2 revolutionaries, the men will have to ignore the colors they wear and work as one. Strange bedfellows indeed. Delgado teams with LeMond.
The lead was shrinking. On a flat road like this, the 2 leaders were no match for the collective power of the peloton.
15 miles from the finish, the mission is a success, and the peloton is relieved. Greg LeMond hugs one of the assistants that gave the support. Without it, LeMond's 7-second deficit may have grown, and with it, Fignon's ego. Now, both have been kept in check. But there is still a stage to be won, and Vincent Barteau, a Fignon teammate, and Jean-Claude Colotti, a Motet teammate, decide it might as well be them. But aside from the capitalist pursuit of giving their teams publicity, this is also an emotional ride for Barteau. He had worn the yellow jersey for 12 days in the 1984 Tour de France, only to lose it to the eventual winner and his now teammate, Laurent Fignon. After that, he was depressed, thought about quitting, but Greg LeMond convinced him not to, and they've been great friends ever since. LeMond will share a piece of this victory with Vincent Barteau. The peloton, including Fignon, Lamont, Delgado, and Motet, crossed the line in a pack that all received the same time. A day of mayhem has, after all, changed nothing. Bartaux ranked 564th in the world, number 1 in stage 13. So Bartaux, only a domestique and a team helper, a Frenchman, winning the Bastille Day stage. Little has changed among the leaders because they all covered the stage in exactly the same time, except Delgado, who was penalized 10 seconds for eating out of the prescribed zone. Fignon, who as the mountains were drawing near, may have decided to grab a few seconds of cushion. What he may have done is hurt his standing, for a man who breaks away only seems strong if he stays there. Greg LeMond was partly responsible for reeling Fignon in, preserving the gap. When the peloton caught Fignon, the aura was damaged. Damage that may seem small, however, compared to what can happen in the Alps.
Diehard, America's most trusted replacement battery. The one over 65 million have stepped up to. Now Sears introduces the most powerful Diehard battery ever. Great low prices, Diehard power. That's your money's worth and a whole lot more.
Tuesday.
The American Express Gold Card presents A New York Chronicle. Charles Lindbergh made history with the first solo flight from New York to Paris in 1927. But the sky wasn't the limit for Lucky Lindy's achievements. More after this.
You left a teapot in a taxi. We replaced it. You wrecked your rented car. We covered it. You missed your flight. We changed it. You always wanted the perfect traveling companion. Now you've got it. The American Express Gold Card.
At the 1939 New York World's Fair, one of the first functioning artificial hearts was displayed. Its inventor, Charles Lindbergh. This New York Chronicle was brought to you by the American Express Gold Card.
Weekends at my morning place, I like to take it slow. Get my breakfast fast, then I make it last. It's the best time that I know. Relaxing with a good time, great taste. You know there's only one place for my weekend McMorning, McDonald's.
Channel 7, WABC-TV, New York. Early morning, and the cyclists sip coffee and relax. They enjoy the moments a little more when they have the yellow jersey amongst them. They are sitting in a village that didn't exist the night before, and one that won't exist a few hours from now. Every day, the traveling roadshow that is the Tour de France builds a start mini-city and a finish line mini-city, and they do it in about 4 hours. Thousands of barricades line the route in the cities and towns, keep the road clear, while there are gendarmes virtually every street to help the Tour negotiate the country. The vibrations at the start are good ones, and the fans mingle with the stars. Along the route, crowds arrive early, sometimes days ahead of an approaching peloton, and the first thing they see isn't a race, but a comical parade of advertising madness. The bikers finally begin their day, but pay attention so you can catch the freebies before they hit you in the face. There is plenty of VIP schmoozing, which can't be translated into French, and places to get things very French, like baguettes and croissants. The bikers must resort to fast food if they want to eat, and they too may contain something that's very French. If you're in a real hurry, you can arrange to have your lunch delivered. When you finally sight the peloton, you know it's quite a sight. For in addition to riders, it includes the gendarmes on motorcycle who follow the Tour everywhere, and 90 cars. Some of which carry people whose opinions count. And 700 journalists remind us that everything on the tour is done on the go. That includes team cars, which carry spare bikes and wheels when they are needed, and a little bit more for the unexpected along the way. Even the most wounded cyclist seems to get right back up, and when he does, he finds a doctor with a roadside manner. The finish line bubbles with anticipation in the meanwhile, and those VIPs again, well, they're safely removed from the confusion. And there are few places as confusing as the finish line, where a virtual media attack gets underway at the end of every stage. When the stories have been filed and the madness cooled, the Tour tears down what they've built so they can do it all again tomorrow, somewhere else. The finish line city they built for today lies on the mountain of Orsières-Merlet. It is a place inhabited by thousands who have come to watch the drama of Fignon, Delgado, and Greg LeMond trying to survive the individual time trial, which is next.
Homebound Traffic Report is next after this.
Stop at Radio Shack and save over $600 on the easy-to-use TAN 1000 TL computer. It's more advanced than other IBM PC compatibles. With DeskMate built in, it's ready to use instantly. Plus, you get a color monitor and a bonus package of 3 additional home and office software programs. Even a...
The Alps, you quickly learn what it takes to survive here. Some 30 years ago, to irrigate the fields, they flooded the valley to create a lake. All that survived of the villages which were drowned was Chapel Saint-Michel. Was it fate the chapel stayed above water, or was it by design? Today, those same questions will be asked. Survival in the mountains is the topic again, for the Tour de France has arrived in the Alps. Stage 15 of the 21 that make up the race starts in Gap, near the lake, crosses one peak, then heads straight up a mountain to the finish, where we find Phil Liggett.
I'm standing at the ski stop of Orsières-Merlet. At 6,000 feet, the air is thin, it's high in the Alps. Today, the riders face their first crucial test in the Alps, a time trial of 24 miles. It's all uphill. They start in Gap at an elevation of 2,400 feet. Today, they know the leaders, they're all alone. There's nobody to hide behind, no teammates to help them, no pack to draft from. They must come out here and do their best time possible, if they are to register a real challenge to win this Tour de France. 5 miles from the finish today, the riders face the steepest hills so far in the Alps. It's crucial they ride it well. The tactics are simple. Go easy at the start and go as fast as you can at the finish. They may not win the Tour de France here, but they will certainly lay the foundations for success in Paris.
This week, France learned that it had more to cheer for than Laurent Fignon when Charlie Motet raced near the lead in the mountains. As he prepares to race today, we find out that shouldn't be a surprise.
Si le métier de cycliste n'existerait pas, quel métier vous prendriez?
Instituteur. Charlie Motet is as comfortable in his wife's classroom as he is on a bicycle. He can't visit as often as he'd like, especially during the racing season, but when he does come, it is really something special to these 7- and 8-year-olds, a champion cyclist in their midst. In this little town in the French Alps, Sallanches, Charlie Motet is known outside his wife's classroom as well, but he keeps his success in perspective.
One must be able to keep it in its proper context. And this can be difficult in cycling and in all high-level sports, because the press and the media make a lot of noise about champions, and one must be able to keep a cool head. But this is just to maintain a balance, not to deny any ambition. One has to have ambition, but it must be kept in its proper place.
Certainly everything is in its place here in Charlie's work area in the garage. His love of order pervades the rest of his life as well. In fact, he has a tidy 5- or 6-year plan to become France's next great cyclist.
Je vis cette expérience et ce sport pleinement.
I live out this sports experience to the fullest. I hope I'll always be this way, and that I'll always have a passion to guide me towards an activity that I love, even when I'm finished with cycling.
Outside the chalet where the Motets live is Mont Blanc. Inside is Charlie's life with Françoise, who also used to cycle competitively.
He always keeps his balance. When he wins, he's very happy. When he loses, he tries to understand why. And when he wins, he tells himself he has to win again. He's always optimistic. Always.
And also patient. Charlie Motet, a man on his way up who doesn't have to get there overnight.
Charlie Motet, Greg LeMond, and Laurent Fignon. Each man prepares differently, with desires as unique as themselves. But each of them knows how important their next ride really is. Time trial is underway, illuminated by bright alpine sun. Stephen Rooks, a Dutchman, is setting a very fast pace, enhancing his already strong reputation as a mountain man. The time to beat belongs to Miguel Indurain, the winner of Stage 9 and a teammate of Pedro Delgado. Rooks will easily push it aside. A year ago, he actually claimed the red polka dot mountain jersey in the Tour de France. Not bad for a man whose country average is only 37 feet above sea level. Andy Hampsten of Boulder, Colorado, is moving along on a ride that is much slower than Rooks's pace. How much this matters to Hampsten will be revealed by the effort he now puts forth and the times of the leaders still to come.
Andy, 15th in the Tour de France last year, knows he must do well today. He's 5 minutes 18 seconds behind overall, and now he's losing time to all those who matter in this Tour de France.
Hampsten prizes calmness and self-control, on the bike and off it, too, where he's so mild-mannered, it's hard to imagine he was one of the favorites to win this year's Tour. But that self-control may work against him in a situation like this, where something more explosive, more do-or-die seems in order. This race is slipping away from Andy, and you want him to react.
Hampsten is almost 3 minutes behind the time of Stephen Rooks, but the damage report will be written by Delgado, Fignon, and LeMond still to come. Pedro Delgado has cast a large shadow over this race from the very first day. On the day when Greg LeMond claimed the yellow jersey 10 days ago, it was Delgado's time trial result that everyone chased until the end. And now his time says that he may be doing it again. He's only 11 seconds behind the pace set by Rooks.
Pedro continues his lone and very personal pursuit of the leaders of the Tour de France unabated. It was at this point last year at Villard-de-Lans where he took control all the way to Paris.
This is the second time today that Pedro has ridden this course. Early this morning, he did a reconnaissance ride, which says a lot about the confidence he has in his conditioning and a lot, too, about his focus and desire. Right now, he's roughly as far out of the overall lead as the time he lost that first day when he was late for the start. The motivation to make up that deficit has been in evidence every time he has ridden.
Delgado doesn't need to be concerned with beating the time of Rooks, only setting a time that Motet, Fignon, and LeMond will have trouble matching. On the rise to Orsières-Merlet, Delgado has slowed from his early pace. Now, very clearly, he has helped himself and dealt a blow to the hopes of Andy Hampsten at the same time. The countdown through the leaders continues with Frenchman Charlie Motet, whose side is a contrast to France's other hero, Laurent Fignon. There is, however, nothing soft about Motet when he attacks the Alps.
Charlie Motet is world ranked #1, largely because of success away from the Tour de France. Here, he still has to prove he can ride to match his ranking.
Motte is quiet, like Hampsten, and seemingly unassuming. But so far, he's achieved his goals, such as that #1 ranking, well ahead of schedule.
If Motte's time is any indication, Delgado's time has been, well, Delgado-like. Tough to match for Fignon and Lamont still to come. Motte has hurt himself. But there are many a mountain in the next few days where Charlie Motte will have to do what he couldn't do today. This race is 2,031 miles long, but these 24 miles are going a long way to show who is going to be able to stay close to that yellow jersey worn by Laurent Fignon. The challenge again has been set by Delgado. Greg LeMond buckles into the devices, which may or may not help him.
This compact machine is blindingly, dizzyingly fast.
Look, if we reduce the drag, what, 0.3?
0.3 is good.
Compact. It's the muscle car of computers.
Now, let's make it a convertible.
One convertible coming up.
Compact has emerged as a leader as well as an innovator.
There's Brute. There's a woman who loves what he smells like. Because there's something about Brute that's nice to be close to.
Honey, I was just thinking of you.
Brute. It smells like a man.
The fiber that's pound for pound, 5 times stronger than steel, and is in the protective vests worn by police. Makes up the unique belt of Road Handler Treadlock radials.
Great low prices. Road Handler Tough. That's your money's worth and a whole lot more.
This is Jack Whitaker at the United States Women's Open Golf Championship at Lake Orion, Michigan. As fourth-round play began today, Patty Sheehan and Betsy King were all tied at 3 under par. But that changed abruptly on the first hole, a par 5, when Betsy put her third shot there and sunk that for a birdie to take the lead. And that's how they stand now, 1 shot apart. Betsy King by 1 from Patty Sheehan, then Maria Detea. Join us for the concluding holes of this 4th and final round at 3:30 Eastern. We return you now to the Tour de France.
The last 2 men to go in stage 15 of the Tour de France are in place. Laurent Fignon makes no effort to hide his emotions. Greg LeMond hides his behind the shades. The challenge once again has been put in place by Delgado, and the desire here is to limit the ability of Delgado's charge up through the standings, where Fignon and LeMond have so comfortably stayed for so long. LeMond says goodbye to the city of Gap. Cycling legend Eddie Merckx has told Laurent Fignon that after a victory in the Tour of Italy, which Fignon won in June, the toughest time in the Tour de France is stage 15. That time is now.
All the great winners of past Tours de France have mastered the art of riding alone against a watch. Greg LeMond has the ability to concentrate, shut out the pain from his mind, and allow the body to do what he's capable of.
After the slow stages that rolled across the lower portions of the country of France, Laurent Fignon attacked the mountains of the Alps, which he knew held the secret of the Tour. Greg LeMond's pace was startling, only 40 seconds behind that of Pedro Delgado.
Every second means a lot here because unlike his chief rivals Fignon and Delgado, LeMond doesn't have a strong team to support him in the mountains.
At the first time check, Fignon is 13 seconds slower than LeMond.
Greg LeMond, using the bars as used by triathletes with amazing success, is now pushing on his target, the yellow jersey.
The next time check tells a lot of the race. LeMond is 20 seconds behind Delgado, and Fignon is 22 seconds behind LeMond. On the climb to Orsières-Merlet, Greg LeMond continues to close in on the time set by Delgado. He's within 10 seconds, and the Spaniard won't break away today. But the crowd may be chanting Maillot jaune, because LeMond leads Fignon by 40 seconds.
When Fignon's on top, as he has been this week. He acts as if that's the natural order of things. But if he loses the jersey today, as he may, he will go right on exuding confidence. A masked man, in a sense, a man who shows you very little of his inner self.
Greg LeMond streaks to the finish line. As with Delgado, his concern is not the time of Stephen Rooks, which has been the best of the day. For Rooks started the day behind him in the standings. The thing that Greg LeMond is concerned about is how good will this be in comparison to Laurent Fignon. That will be played out on the lower slopes of Orsières-Merlet. For Laurent Fignon, the clock is ticking. The press senses a new hero. For Laurent Fignon, when the clock passes 1:11:46, the yellow jersey is officially on the body of Greg LeMond for the second time in the race. It is official. Case for so much of the race, Fignon and LeMond won't be separated by much. So Greg LeMond leads the race after 15 stages by 40 seconds over Laurent Fignon. Charlie Motet drops some time, while Pedro Delgado gains a few seconds but remains fourth. Rooks is a name to note. Andy Hampson drops 7 minutes back. The stages remaining in the Alps contain what is left of his hopes of winning. Pedro Delgado, amidst all the LeMond excitement, still has the clock moving the right way. Charlie Motet's deficit is nothing yet to be concerned about. And Laurent Fignon is too sly to think the Tour de France is over just yet. But of all the men who finished, no one is more satisfied at the startling course of events today than Greg LeMond, who wears the yellow jersey again. This is Al Trautwig reporting live where nighttime is settling in on the French Alps just before 9:30 local time. And joining me is the man who stirred up all the excitement today, Greg LeMond, who for the second time wears the yellow jersey in this race. Greg, before the race started, you said top 20. A couple of weeks in, you said top 5. Now Paris is a week away and you lead the race. Are you getting close to tasting it?
Oh, I think if it came down to be who's the best rider, I think I have as good a chance as anybody to win this race. In fact, maybe better than most. But I think in this last week, it's going to come down to team tactics, and this is something I lack as a strong team for the mountains, and it's going to be very difficult for me to maintain this lead until Paris. Hopefully, if I lose it, I'm going to be able to take it back in the last time trial.
Fignon has said that when you wore the yellow jersey, he didn't think you led enough. Now that you wear it again, will you change the way you ride?
Well, I led, actually, I controlled the race quite well. Maybe not to his advantage the way he wanted me to. He wanted me to pace him up the hill, where the only person I really had to watch was Laurent Fignon. The advantage Laurent has is a stronger team, and that makes a big difference in the way you race the race tactically. And for me, anything goes in this race as long as it's a tactic to win the race overall. And I'm going to do whatever I can to win this race overall.
Well, Greg, thank you very much. You and Lauren and Pedro have made this an absolutely riveting event. While this mountain is a mile high, in the days ahead, that's how big the mountains get here in the French Alps, where the Tour de France will be decided. With Sam Posey and Phil Liggett, I'm Al Trautwig saying goodnight from the Alps in France and the town of Orsières-Merlet. Thanks for joining us. Next weekend, the Tour de France races to Paris. Charge down the Champs-Élysées, which ends the race. After 1,016 miles, American Greg LeMond can say 3 years of misfortune are behind him. The 1986 champion wore the leader's yellow jersey for 7 days, exchanging it twice with the man who leads him by 50 seconds, Laurent Fignon of France. The battle between the ponytailed Frenchman and LeMond have many calling this the best Tour de France ever. So what began in Luxembourg and continued in Belgium concludes tomorrow. 15 miles from Louis XIV's Palace of Versailles to the Champs-Élysées in the center of the City of Lights. Good afternoon. I'm Al Trautwig reporting from Paris. As the 76th Tour de France reaches its end in this city tomorrow, there are 3 numbers to keep in mind: 2, 15, and 50. 2 is the number of men who remain who have any chance at all of winning this race. 15 is the number of miles which are left, and 50 is the number of seconds which separate American Greg LeMond and Frenchman Laurent Fignon. Now, Sam Posey, these two men will bring these numbers alive here tomorrow.
Well, in the two time trials that we have seen so far that are similar to the one that's going to be held tomorrow, Greg LeMond has been able to defeat Laurent Fignon on both occasions, but not by big enough margins to suggest that he could win tomorrow. Tomorrow, he needs to gain over 3 seconds a mile on Fignon, and I think LeMond is too much of a pragmatist to think that he can do that all on his own. It's going to take some sort of misfortune to befall Fignon for LeMond to win this race.
What little optimism Greg LeMond has left goes back to those two time trials, the first of which was more than 2 weeks ago on the coast of Brittany in Stage 5. What happened in that 45 miles from Dinard to Rennes joined Fignon and LeMond for the rest of the tour.
LeMond started the day 51 seconds back of Fignon. Fignon was already clearly focused on the overall picture of the race, and conceding that he is an indifferent time trialer, his mind was on a good, clean run, and nothing more. LeMond's mindset, by contrast, was of a man going all out to win a stage. Remember, this was just 6 days after the race began, and LeMond had not competed successfully in a long race since 1986. The course was 45 miles long, exactly 3 times the length of tomorrow's stage. Fignon visibly was careful on the rain-slicked road, while LeMond seemed almost to ignore the risks, and by the time Fignon had crossed the line, LeMond had made up 56 seconds. In winning the stage, he took the yellow jersey, the first time he had worn it since victory in the Tour 3 years ago.
In the next 9 stages, LeMond and Fignon were never separated by more than 7 seconds. The pressure for stage 15 was obvious.
The stage had 2 significant hills, but by studying the splits for the part that was nearly flat, a 15-mile stretch exactly the length of tomorrow's course, it is possible to use this stage as a yardstick. On the flats, LeMond knew that if he was as superior to Fignon in this stage as he had been in stage 5, he would again wear the yellow jersey at the end of a day of time trialing. In the end, he gained 27 seconds on the 15-mile flat section.
3 days later, Fignon reclaimed the lead. If both men perform the same in the final stage tomorrow, LeMond would fall far short. He'll have to count on some of the time trial magic he's had so far.
Aix-les-Bains. Even though Greg LeMond has been racing against a French hero, he is a hero here himself.
By agreement, this is a ceremonial day for the peloton. Laurent Fignon even grins as he comes up from behind. The 79 miles were full of smiles.
Vincent Barteau, a member of Laurent Fignon's team and himself a winner of a stage, looks as if maybe he's been on the road a little too long.
And for as hard as Fignon fought to get the yellow jersey, he at one point just gives it away to Toon Van Vliet of Panasonic. It's a joke.
The sprint to the finish holds little meaning for the leaders, and a young Italian named Giovanni Fidanza wins himself a stage.
But on this day to relax, all the leaders are in the peloton, and so the overall standings remain the same as a result of the etiquette of the peloton in the Tour de France. After 87 hours of racing compiled over 20 stages, Laurent Fignon still leads Greg LeMond by 50 seconds. 6 years ago, as a very young cyclist, Laurent Fignon won his second Tour de France. Since then, he has known every negative emotion an athlete can feel. Pain, rejection, defeat, humiliation. Tomorrow, only Greg LeMond stands in his way of feeling good again. But first, the Tour must get to Paris. The pace of the day is about to pick up. All aboard, Train Grand Vitesse. Laurent Fignon scurries as if the train was going to leave without him. Post-stage interviews didn't even allow him to shower or train. But it doesn't matter. He's heading home to Paris. The trip from L'Île-de-Beau to Paris gives the cyclists one last look at the scenery which has been their playground.
Greg LeMond, man at his best. While Pedro Delgado seems to ponder what might have been. The train called the Train Grand Vitesse is just that, very fast. And through its windshield, Greg LeMond sees the countryside coming up just a little faster than he saw it from his bike. The speedometer pegged at 250 kilometers an hour, about 150.
The Tour de France Express arrives at Gare Bercy, and for the last time, the bags are unloaded and the stories of the road are exchanged. Greg LeMond soon will be in bed thinking about 50 seconds and thinking about tomorrow. Tomorrow when they close the Champs-Élysées to regular traffic and provide a runway. When the Tour de France will end. Join Sam Posey, Phil Liggett, and myself tomorrow for a special on ABC.
Special presentation of ABC Sports.
Early this morning, the Champs-Élysées, one of the world's busiest and famous avenues, was closed to traffic. It takes something like a bicentennial celebration to do that. Or it takes a cycling celebration like the Tour de France, which ends here today. One may never know what it means, what it takes, and why it is so important to win a race called the Tour de France. Except those who have won before, like Laurent Fignon of France. When he was a young cyclist at the age of 22, he won, then won again, but then faded away. Except those like Greg LeMond, who in 1986 rose above a team's broken promise to be America's first winner of cycling's greatest race. But he, too, faded away, injury and bad luck against him. They have survived the mountains, ridden past millions of people, and now, separated by only seconds, having cycled for 22 days, they are ready to find out just how far back they have come. In a race that is 86 years old, they chase the one thing every cyclist desires. The moment when one wears le maillot jaune, the yellow jersey, as the winner of the Tour de France. This was the scene this morning, the Tour de France completely taking over the palace at Versailles, building the start line for today's stage 21. In effect, they built all this for two men. It is just after 10:30 p.m. and the Arc de Triomphe is beautifully lit off in the distance. Good evening, I'm Al Trautwig reporting from the Champs-Élysées in Paris, where the 76th Tour de France ended today. Sam Posey will be along in a moment, and Phil Liggett will join me a little bit later. Over the course of the past few days, two men hooked in a marvelous duel, Laurent Fignon of France and Greg LeMond of the United States, have had many people who know their Tour de France history calling this the greatest Tour de France of all time. What happened today, just a few hours ago on these streets of Paris, confirmed that thought. Also today, we saw the closest finish in the history of the Tour de France. Now, for those of you who don't know, I'm not going to give away the eventual winner, but we will have same-day coverage of the last stage, stage 21, a little bit later. And uniquely, Sam, this is an individual time trial today.
The individual time trial consists of one rider at a time, riding one way along a course, timed against the clock. It really couldn't be simpler. There are no team tactics involved. It's just a question of who can ride his bike the fastest. In 1968, when the Tour finished with a team time trial, it produced the closest finish in Tour history, just 38 seconds. The closest finish, that is, Al, until today.
Of course. Now, this showdown was so special for many reasons. The men, the mountains, and the surprises, which there have been many over the course of the past 3 weeks. Well, we didn't know it at the time, but on the first day of this Tour de France, we got a hint of the surprises that were to come.
I think for me, if I'm top 20, it's going to be a very successful Tour de France for me.
Having entertained thoughts of quitting just a month before, Greg LeMond began the Tour de France. Fourth in the prologue was encouraging.
Yo digo, jugar a ciclistas, ¿no? Que es lo que realmente hacemos.
The defending champion Pedro Delgado was late for his start by 2 minutes and 42 seconds, an amount that would haunt him the entire race. In stage 5, the Brittany coast scenery was powerful, and so was Delgado, who began his comeback charge, setting a tough time to beat in an individual time trial. LeMond, trailing the leader of the race, Acasio da Silva of Portugal, by 3 minutes and 28 seconds, took up the challenge. Laurent Fignon, who trailed by 2.5 minutes, joined the chase. The two are on the rain-slicked roads simultaneously. In the end, Le Mans took the lead of the race, wearing the yellow jersey for the first time in 3 years. They were separated by 5 seconds and constantly rode side by side, but the Frenchman was becoming increasingly agitated by Le Mans' lack of yellow jersey leadership as the Pyrenees drew near. The race was very tough on the climb to a desolate place called Super Bagnères. Fignon dropped Le Mans near the finish to grab a 7-second lead. Delgado, too, according to form, had a great day. His deficit once 10 minutes was less than 3. Le Mans, in the end, just couldn't keep up. Fignon's comeback was now complete as well. In stage 13 near Marseille, Fignon tried to show what the leader should be doing, but his breakaway attempt was snuffed by the pack, which was led by Le Mans. The aura of Fignon was damaged. They headed to the Alps. Delgado down by 3 minutes. Le Mans and Fignon separated by 7 seconds.
I'm satisfied unless I'm in the top 5, maybe top 3, maybe top 2, maybe first.
In the time trial of stage 15, the tension of the race was apparent. It was a 24-mile, one-man-at-a-time charge up a mountain a mile high. With each mile, Le Mans grew faster than his ponytailed pursuer. And at day's end, he had the yellow jersey back, leading by 40 seconds. As they raced into the final week, there were 447 miles to go. Following a day off, it was time for the tour to deep into the Alps, and they would do so by departing a place called Gap. The day off, though, was not appreciated by everyone.
We never had that rest day. Yeah. Hate rest day.
For Pedro Delgado, this is a day to make a big mountain move. He has said he wants to shave his deficit in half. Andy Hampston's deficit has been growing, as is the strength of the doubts about his chances. Laurent Fignon begins what he hopes will be the effort which will allow him to regain the jersey. Stage 16 follows the mountain roads of southeastern France from Gap along the man-made lake, 108 miles to Briançon, altitude 4,400 feet. There are 2 vicious mountain climbs en route. At the start, Andy Hampston snuggles up next to Greg LeMond, fueling rumors that the two may soon be 7-Eleven teammates. But for now, they go their separate ways. The vision of LeMond in yellow is still startling. Even he didn't expect to be wearing the yellow jersey this late in the race. The first few miles and the peloton cruises along the valley floor. After a day off, this is a day to work out the kinks. The crossing of the lake is pretty, but it only means the mountains are closer. Stage 16 is one of the most grueling. Col d'Ivoire, 7,000 feet. Then Col d'Ivoire at almost 8,000 feet.
LeMond and Delgado climb the Col d'Ivoire. The American unsure of his endurance. The Spaniard concerned that no matter how well he rides, he may not be able to make up the time he needs.
They say if you enjoy good days in the Pyrenees, you may not do well in the Alps. And Laurent Fignon on the Col d'Ivoire loses ground, along with Charlie Motte and the Scotsman Robert Miller. LeMond nears top, and Fignon is on the defensive, riding 30 seconds back.
Fignon relies on an aura of psychological superiority. Anything you can do, I can do. But in this climb, he has been weak, and he can't disguise it. Finally, he reaches the top.
Reaching the peak, Fignon has shaved 4 seconds off what was once a 30-second deficit. 4 seconds may not seem like much, but seconds have meant everything so far on the tour. On the descent, Greg LeMond tries to gather support to pick up the pace, an idea which is not shared by everyone in the peloton.
Fignon is a clever rider. Time lost on the way up can be regained on the way down. He's a fearless descender. And together with fellow Frenchman Charlie Motte, he chases the leaders at 60 miles an hour.
Pedro Delgado is nearing the spot where his break must come. Trailing by as much as he is, he must try and go. LeMond will have to try and stay close, while Fignon used a masterful descent to join the group so that he can try and be part of whatever is about to happen.
Hampston losing time. A stomach virus has hit his team and weakened Andy at the exact moment in the race he had hoped to attack.
Pascal Richard of Switzerland is 7 minutes in front of the leaders of the race. It is a break which is not a threat because he trails by so much. Lamond and the group climb Col d'Izoire. Fignon is still within attacking range. Col d'Izoire, where the trees can't even grow. But hopes of winning the Tour de France certainly can.
You got to juggle 10 things.
PC Sports Exclusive is brought to you by IBM. How are you going to do it? PS to it. By Kodacolor Gold Film. Show your true colors. By Coors Light. There's no slowing down with the silver bullet. It's the right beer now. And by Kellogg's Nutri-Grain cereal.
Col d'Izoire is regarded as the second toughest mountain in this year's Tour de France. Leading the stage still is Pascal Richard, now by 5 minutes ahead of Lamond, but he is no threat to the yellow jersey. This is where the race is. For Pedro Delgado, the moment is now. This is the break and the test. If he can get away, he can continue to chop away at his deficit. The break would be great. If he can't, he'll realize he's in for a tougher fight than many thought. The test would prove bad in result. For a while, Lamond is 20 yards back, but is sending Delgado a message. As he stays right with Delgado, Pedro joins Fignon in having his powerful image turned back a notch on the peak of Col d'Izoire. This breakaway attempt has failed.
And so for the second time today, Fignon struggles to hold the pace on a mountain. Alongside him, the Dutch Steven Rux second last year. So, on the long, dangerous, twisting descent, Laurent Fignon has to try and catch back time.
Forced to take great risks on the descents, Fignon is again up for the challenge, while Steven Rux almost joins the scenery. Andy Hampston, a long day gets longer.
It is clear Pascal Richard will be the first to reach Briançon, but it won't change the overall race, for that is here. Greg LeMond, Pedro Delgado, and Laurent Fignon have consistently seen every moment as a chance to gain seconds on the other two. In this instance, Greg LeMond has tagged along with Charlie Motte, who's one of the best descent men in the business. 10 seconds back is Delgado. No Swiss rider has won this race since 1951, and the Swiss bad luck continued last year when Pascal Richard in his first tour crashed and received a concussion. But today he wins stage 16, and for a day, the Swiss can be proud.
Fignon has remained a challenger in this tour today because he rides with his brains as well as his legs. He's lost time going up and gained it going down. The one mistake now he's made is this race today finishes going up.
Greg LeMond races to the finish, just behind Charlie Motte and with Pedro Delgado. It is now clear that he will increase his lead over Laurent Fignon by ticks of the clock, which have proven precious to this point. "13 seconds later, Fignon crosses the line. That's the damage in time. But what of the damage to the confidence? That will only be measured in the next stage. For Pedro Delgado, too, the ability to attack at any time, which had been virtually assumed, was nowhere to be seen. He is still handicapped by the deficit of the first day. Paris, the home of Laurent Fignon, is now 108 miles closer. His plan to regain the lead in these Alps may not be working out. Greg LeMond has survived the latest tests that Fignon and Delgado have thrown at him. As a result, he has taken the picture of frustration that was him a month ago and replaced it with one that is quickly developing into one of a winner. The Swiss champion wins the stage. LeMond and Delgado finish with the same time, but Fignon loses 13 seconds. As a result, LeMond almost leads by a minute. Motte at 2:16 gains nothing. Andy Hampston loses a little bit more. Post-race comments from Greg LeMond with Alpe d'Huez ahead.
I realize the Alpe d'Huez cannot be underestimated, but at the end of today, you're almost a minute ahead of Fignon. You're still almost 3 minutes ahead of Pedro Delgado. Paris must seem a lot closer.
No, it's a lot closer, but I'm still waiting for tomorrow.
You look tired.
I'm tired. Yesterday was not a rest day. It was extremely stressful, and I think I woke up this morning more tired than from racing. And I've got to, eliminate the outside pressures from the press and the journalists and spectators, and that I have to, rest and recuperate. It's hard enough to race your bike, but to try to do everything outside gets to you.
100 miles away, the cruel, twisting roads that lead to Alpe d'Huez are already lined with people. This is the site of Stage 17, and a place which maybe has beaten more men than any other in the history of the Tour. Laurent Fignon spends time planning what to do to get back the lead with cycling guru Cyril Guimard, who discovered Greg LeMond. Guimard is smart. He hates to lose, which is a passion he shares with Fignon. They both wear red as they head to the hotel, and red may be the color that they are seeing.
At Bic, we've been studying Saturday.
They've been waiting many days for what will happen during this one. Along 21 turns that are steep to the point of cruelty. Their heroes will soon be here, and the roadside is the front row. Route 211 awakens with the anticipation of the famous climb to Alpe d'Huez. To look at the faces is to think it's Christmas morning. Thousands park at the ski resort on top and walk down. Thousands more do the reverse. Provisions have been made by some families to turn this into a little vacation. And other equipment has been brought to create the Tour's unique graffiti, which salutes the stars.
He's the best.
On this day, 500,000 people have come to this one mountain to see if history will repeat. The climb to Alpe d'Huez has been part of the Tour legend since 1952. It has been the site of many significant events, especially in recent years and involving the current leaders. In 1983, Laurent Fignon claimed the lead of the race here, then went on to win and become the youngest winner since 1904. A year later, he did it again. In 1986, Greg LeMond and Bernard Hinault, a five-time winner, crossed the finish line hand in hand, putting Bisch's team infighting behind them, setting up the Americans' eventual victory. Also that year, Pedro Delgado received news that his biggest fan, his mother, had died back in Spain. Not emotionally ready for Alpe d'Huez, he quit the race. A year later, he claimed the yellow jersey here for the first time, then lost by 40 seconds. Last year, he claimed the jersey here again and never gave it up. The French Alps in the southeast of the country is the site for Stage 17, the most grueling stage of the Tour. The route begins in the ancient fortress city of Briançon, eventually ending after the 21-turn climb to Alpe d'Huez. There is about 30,000 feet of vertical climbing in this stage, which includes Col de Galabière and Col de la Croix de Fer, the Iron Cross. Very tough stuff. Phil Liggett is at the finish.
I'm standing on the finishing line at Alpe d'Huez of what is surely the hardest stage in this year's Tour de France. It's 6,000 feet above sea level, it's very, very hot, and the air is thin. 7.5 miles below me in the village of Bourg-d'Oisans, the climb begins. Between there and here, the road is linked by 21 hairpinning bends. Each one of those bends is on an average gradient of 18%. This undoubtedly the cruelest climb in this year's race. There's over 500,000 people on the slopes, most of them standing on a wide open plain about 3 kilometers from the summit, because they know that today the kill should be made in this year's race. Pedro Delgado's worn the yellow jersey twice at the top here, but no more important time than now for him to take the overall lead. If he doesn't lead this Tour by the end of the day, then he will surely know he's lost it. Greg LeMond will fight all the way up here, because he knows if he stays in touch with the leaders today, he'll win this race in Paris.
You don't want that.
On this morning of the climb to Alpe d'Huez, Greg LeMond has reached the point where he's relaxed and focused only when he's aboard his bike. 3 days earlier, his wife Kathy, expecting a third child in September, joined the Tour, and today she will follow the peloton for the first time ever. Fignon, who manipulates the press, checks to make sure they've got it right. This headline reads, "Poker in the Mountains." Can Greg get any privacy at all? Not on this year's tour. Fignon, despite yesterday's problems, projecting confidence as always. Delgado, today is last big chance. The Dutchman, Tunisa, they call him Geronimo. And Charlie Motet, his emotions, like his eyes, hidden.
Full of trepidation, the field rolls away towards the unknown. This 17th stage talked about since the tour route was announced 10 months ago. The highest roads in the Alps where 3 men lead their own expedition in search of a yellow jersey. The mountains this day must be taken one at a time. The Col de Galibier is a wide road to the snow line where the riders may keep together, but then on the Croix de Fer it's narrow where the attacks can come. And finally the steep slopes to Alpe d'Huez finish the race.
The Alpine sun beats down hard. Temperatures on the roads ahead are being recorded at over 100 degrees. Along the route, thousands are standing shoulder to shoulder. Kathy Lamond has found a place to stand alone, perhaps reflecting a little bit of what she feels inside. Greg, in the peloton, breezes by.
Gert-Jan Tunisa has a 4-leaf clover tattooed on his shoulder, carries another in his passport, and his girlfriend lights candles for him when he rides. The pack, a necklace strung in the mountains, is 15 seconds back of Tunisa now at the crest of Galibier. Tunisa tested positive in a doping test last year. A driven man, superstitious, he never smiles.
The element of luck is so frequently attached to that of skill. It's bad luck to be behind someone like Gilles Sunde when he crashes, but sometimes skill can steer you out of the way.
Tunisa, taking a drink here, has been joined after the Galibier by a raiding party. And behind him, Greg LeMond seems more worried about getting the right food on a difficult day. He makes a bad start in the pickup zone. Gert Tunisa, still showing no signs of visible effort, moves towards the summit of the Croix de Fer.
Lamond and Fignon for days have watched and covered each other's moves like a pair of sailboats on a tacking duel. On the road, in the press, every time they've met, they try to steal an edge. Charlie Motet, compact, organized, unemotional, goal-oriented, set his sights on becoming the world's #1 ranked rider this year and did it, displacing Ireland's Sean Kelly. When the Tour becomes Charlie's goal, look out. Andy Hampsten, the Alps have been too much before, and they are again.
Tunisa, 4-leaf clovers working overtime, clears the mountaintop known as the Iron Cross. 1 minute, 25 seconds later, the pack, including Fignon, Lamond, and Delgado, reach the peak. Everything is going according to pre-race strategy predictions. The moves are being saved for Alpe d'Huez. Rail-thin, Tunisa assumes tucked position. He is wearing the polka dot jersey awarded to the best mountain man in the Tour. So far, that's him. Greg LeMond grabs a moment to check in with José de Cauwer, the team coach, director sportif. No doubt they're talking about what's ahead and not what's behind. That is the 21 turns that lead up to Alpe d'Huez. It is there that Greg LeMond will find out if all this is real. He knows the vicious history of cyclists losing here, and he doesn't want to join the long list.
hottest new team in pro cycling is leaving the competition behind. The biggest names in cycling: Greg LeMond, Alan McCormick, Alexei Greywald. There's no slowing down with Greg LeMond and the Coors Light cycling team.
The 76th Tour de France continues its race towards L'Alpe d'Huez. Ternisse is still 20 miles from the finish, 13 miles along relatively flat roads. But the last 7 miles, what miles they are. It's clear his wheels will touch the slopes of Alpe d'Huez first, leading the leaders by 4 minutes. Delgado, Fignon, and LeMond are still together. Pedro is the man everyone is waiting for. Fignon seems to have put the previous day's stage, when his legs didn't have it, behind him. LeMond, if he survives this climb, may be able to clinch the race. Kathy LeMond has gone ahead to the finish with Greg's father. All she can do now is provide support for Greg after it's over, whatever happens.
Yeah, now it's spoiled. I don't want to follow any other way.
After being in front for most of the hot day, Ternisse now climbs the slopes of Alpe d'Huez, still leading and committed to try for the stage victory in front of a mainly Dutch crowd. While further back, interest centres on the leaders of the Tour, and it's Laurent Fignon again who provides the surprise. Only 24 hours previously, Fignon was in trouble in the Alps. Now he was daring to attack. LeMond counters, and so too does Delgado.
There are signs at every turn on the climb to Alpe d'Huez that count down from 21 to 1. Ternisse is at sign 15. The strain is beginning to show. Minutes ago, his hair was flying in the breeze, now filled with sweat. It sticks to his head. At the top, Kathy LeMond watches the proceedings on television. Whatever it is that will take place on this mountain today is very close to taking place. The leaders are still together, remaining 4 minutes behind Tunisia.
The heat takes its toll, too, on men who are not racing now for the lead. A universal dream of greatness is that we push ourselves to the limit and can still be brilliant when the chips are down. But sometimes, the struggle kills the dream.
But it's a man from the flatlands of Holland who continues to lead on the climb of Alpe d'Huez. Ternisse has 2 minutes over this group now. And even in rivalry, there's a survival pact. As first LeMond, then Fignon, then the rest share a drink.
The turns on Alpe d'Huez are tough because they are steep and because they are so tight. Accelerating out of them takes its toll. Only 7 turns and 4 kilometers to the finish. The cheers, the 500,000, test the concentration. Suddenly, amongst the madness, Fignon decides it's time to break again. Delgado and LeMond are slow to respond. But Kathy LeMond is not.
Her husband, alone now, Delgado too, having pulled away, is desperately trying to limit his losses. The emotions felt here are our own, because a rider pushed this hard rides on instinct alone.
For Gert-Jan Ternisse, the dream of the mountain climber's jersey seems safe. He wins the stage, the 8th Dutchman in 13 tries to do so. It is shocking that Delgado was not the one to lead the break of the leaders. Fignon again is showing that in spite of what is often said about him in French press, he is tough enough.
LeMond's lead over Fignon at the start today was 53 seconds. Again, Alpe d'Huez is playing its part in the Tour. It had no heart, no fins, and no respect.
Only 1 minute 9 seconds behind Tunisia, Fignon and Delgado near the finish. The stage is 100 miles long, but Fignon waited until the last 2.5 miles to shake things up. Major Delgado enters the media sea, which undoubtedly will quickly ask him if the events of the day mean his comeback is over. Fignon will reclaim the yellow jersey, knowing that the 2 other times he did that here, he won the Tour. Greg LeMond tries to limit the damage. His lead is now a deficit. What he has left in his legs will determine how large it is. He has done very well and will only trail Fignon by 26 seconds. Kathy Lamont knows her husband was beaten today. In stage 17, Gert-Jan Tunissen may have clinched the polka dot jersey awarded to the King of the Mountains, and that was his mission. Fignon now leads LeMond by 26 seconds as they exchange the yellow jersey again. Andy Hampstead now trails by more than 26 minutes. His Tour de France may be over. Greg LeMond has 4 stages left.
This guy's not over yet. It's going to be a better story when I win.
The symbolic removal of the yellow jersey, leading to French cheers Fignon has not heard in quite some time as he puts it on again. Quite simply now, Greg LeMond must figure out just how he can get that shirt back.
It's just one day. It's still not over. You know, I've got the time trial, and that's the way it goes. It's I didn't have as good a day as I'd hoped, but I think I raced a very good race. You know, I just said Fignon happened to be a little better than me today, and he took advantage of it.
The Tour de France is so big, so intense, and is played out over such an extended period of time. There is built into the event a dimension that, like comic relief in Greek tragedy, lets the Tour let off steam. On the day before Bastille Day, bugles mysteriously appear. And then the wave. The rampant commercialism which accompanies the Tour acts as an antidote for the deep emotions stirred by the race. In a suspension of normal values, freebies are everywhere. Sometimes the Tour's presence catalyzes an event already going on, as when the Tour came to Marseille on the day of France's bicentennial. A dynamic of the Tour is that those who follow it are witness to excesses of exercise while doing very little of their own. And there's the press corps rumble at the finish. Day after day, a frenzy that triggers the release from the tensions of following that day's stage. On the Tour, there are even those for whom talking is a sport in itself.
228 miles to go in the Tour de France on the morning after the emotional ride to Alpe d'Huez. LeMond's number is reattached to the team shirt as the Tour tug-of-war now favors Fignon. Both are refueled as the start of the stage draws near.
We still got an hour and a half. 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours.
From Alpe d'Huez, there is a car ride down to Bourg-d'Oisson for the start. Fignon enters the Sea Idolatry. The car ride for Greg LeMond will retrace the road where he reached the limit when he reached for more. His deficit is 26 seconds. This is clearly a memorable race, a race that seemed to extend the tension beyond stages where it seemed like it would end. Even after Alpe d'Huez, there are more mountains today. The search for clues as to who is emotionally leading is fruitless, as both are veterans of the bluffing game. On the road, Greg does does seem unsettled at stories and rumors that reportedly have been taken to his rivals.
Now that's going to get to Fignon and Delgado. Now think I did that.
On this morning, they have led parallel lives, eating, autographing, thinking, and driving. But then little has separated them since a day in Brittany 2 weeks ago. Now, stage 19 presents the opportunity to change all that. Borg d'Ouessant at the bottom of the mountain. Long a center of exploration in these valleys assumes that role again. Today, the cyclists will follow for a time the route of Napoleon, which it seems is the French equivalent to George Washington slept here. Stage 18 is only 57 miles long from Borg d'Ouessant to Villard-de-Lans, and it will, as it climbs 3 smaller mountains, bring the cyclists out of the high Alps to a resort region near Grenoble.
Greg LeMond catching up to the peloton after a roadside stop to heed the call of nature. To be a great champion in an event this long, you must be able to recover quickly. And the day before, Greg was exhausted at Alpe d'Huez. He has his energy back and his spirit. Laurent Fignon, the star of Alpe d'Huez, content to stroke along in momentary anonymity. After his big gains in the Pyrenees, Delgado had been watched like a man under a microscope. When would he attack again? He never has. Australian Phil Anderson, a veteran of the Tour, attempts a break. It fails and is followed by a 3-man break. Lucha Herrera and another Colombian, Abelardo Rondon from Delgado's team, and the star of stage 16, the Swiss Pascal Richard. Their break also fails.
Fignon and LeMond still have a Terminator grip on the pace of this race. As they have gone, so goes this Tour de France. The interesting point was never knowing which one was going to go first. Now the pressure is clearly on LeMond. Frenchman Charlie Motet a few days ago was knocking on the leader's door, but the Terminators have been too tough to keep up with. For the second straight day, Tunis is right in the middle of things. There are a few more mountains to go that can give him the polka dot jersey. Fignon and LeMond have slightly different ideas about what they'd like to wear. A relaxed pace so far in this stage as far as the leaders go, but the last mountain climbs are straight ahead. And every time that was the case, the day's strategy was played out for all to see. The question is then, will what we see include a breakaway by Greg LeMond? It certainly seems to be what his current deficit situation in this Tour de France would demand.
Homebound traffic report is next after this.
Stage 18 continues, and rounding an uphill bend, it is Laurent Fignon, not Greg LeMond, who once again makes a move. He has stated that the man who wears the yellow jersey should be a leader. This is a deed that backs up his words. The Frenchman looks very strong. The French, who seem to always wait to see their heroes suffer a bit before they love them, have seen Fignon suffer, and now they love this.
LeMond, Tunisa, Delgado, and indecision. Go after Fignon or not? It seems hard to believe that a man who had just the day before rode as hard as Fignon did would have anything left. But this could be a critical moment for LeMond. If Fignon gains more time, even if it's just a few seconds, then the advantage LeMond is thought to have in the time trial in Paris may no longer be enough. Fignon, 2 attacks in 2 days. A man on top of his game. Delgado finally responds, followed by Tunisa and LeMond. Is the reply to Fignon coming too late?
Only 9 men in the history of the Tour have ever won in consecutive years. Laurent is one of them, and he was the first Parisian to ever win in Paris. And whatever he felt when cycling used to be great is what he's feeling right now. A solo break, his lead slowly growing. This is working well. Struggling to keep pace with the chase group is Mexico's Raul Alcala and Ireland's Sean Kelly of Team PDM, the Tour's best so far. Alcala won a stage in Belgium what seems years ago, and Kelly has been most consistent wearing the green jersey to prove it. Kelly may be the greatest cyclist to never win the Tour de France. Heading uphill, Fignon continues to set a possessed, staggering pace. The lead has increased. Greg LeMond may be watching Fignon cycle out of reach.
Others join the pack pursuing Fignon, and almost as if he has sensed the hounds behind him, Fignon the hare runs even harder. Delgado moves out to attack.
One of the single most daring, stylish moves the Tour de France has seen so far is drawing to a close. Laurent Fignon winning stylishly. It's everything he believes in. The day after Alpe d'Huez, he wins the stage. Greg LeMond, sensing the urgency, has picked up the pace dramatically, and with the aerodynamic help of the group he's with, has chopped Fignon's gain down to 24 seconds. Delgado, left behind by the sprint, has for the first way on the clock. He loses time and drops 2:28 behind.
LeMond, who had been prepared for a powerful emotion at Alpe d'Huez, is confronted with a powerful fact. The time he has just lost pushes the envelope of what it is possible for him to make up.
The winner of stage 18, the 57 miles, Fignon, dramatically. And so, it is a 50-second deficit now, faced by Greg LeMond in this Tour de France. Andy Hampsten now more than a half an hour back. Tour history and peloton etiquette now tell Greg LeMond one thing, that there will be no breakaways in stages 19 and 20. The flatland and the break after the mountains almost demands it. That means if Greg LeMond is going to catch Laurent Fignon making up the 50 seconds, he'll have to do it on the last day in the 15-mile individual time trial in Paris. Fignon enjoys the result of his effort, but he too must already be thinking of the showdown in his hometown.
Greg, the first question we must ask, 50 seconds now, is that too much to win the Tour de France for you?
Considering the distance of the time trial, it's going to be a difficult task to do. If it was a 50-kilometer time trial, I think there would be some very good hope that I could, and it's still not over, but it's less likely today. I've done my best. I just, Fignon yesterday and today has been extremely strong.
Fignon, down and looking like he was out just 3 days ago, extends his lead. Greg LeMond, in the face of his deficit, must look to an unprecedented stroke of luck, a clear head, and the ride of his life, which few think is possible. 198 men began it, but the Tour de France is now quite clearly a two-man show. This is not Luxembourg and not Belgium. They were 2,000 miles ago. This is far from the English Channel, the vineyards, the south coast, and the mountains. Virtually every road in France, it seems, eventually points towards Paris. And so it is in the Tour de France. The city awakens on a quiet Sunday that will eventually become anything but, because of two men who, in the tradition of Napoleon and the kings and the revolutionists, own the city of Paris for a day. After a long journey that began in Luxembourg 22 days ago, this is the final stage of the 76th Tour de France. Passing all the landmarks you'd expect, it is 15 miles from Versailles to the middle of the city. It is on this course that Greg LeMond must be more than 50 seconds faster than Laurent Fignon.
Who would have thought after 2,000 miles of this year's Tour de France it would come down to the final time trial of just 15 miles between Versailles and Paris? It's a battle between Greg LeMond of the United States and Laurent Fignon of France. At the beginning, it's advantage Fignon. He will start last wearing the leader's yellow jersey. He chases LeMond along the course 2 minutes back. He'll know all the way exactly what time Greg LeMond is doing. LeMond's task, to go as quickly as possible and take at least 2 seconds a kilometre away from Fignon to win this year's Tour de France. This is the most exciting and closest finish ever of the Tour. In 1968, it was the Dutchman Jan Janssen who turned the tables on Herman van Springel of Belgium. He moved from second place overnight to victory by just 38 seconds. And even today, this remains the smallest victory margin of the Tour de France.
King Louis XIV built the Palace of Versailles out of what was originally a hunting lodge. The atmosphere here is not what Louis would have ever dreamed, but there will be some hunting here today. Here is the hunter, Greg LeMond, at the start at Versailles, looking for the secret that will somehow cut him through the wind 50 seconds faster than Laurent Fignon. Fignon must guard against being overly optimistic. So many people have claimed this race is already finished.
Last night, as the rider's train arrived in Paris, Fignon was home, but he didn't look any too happy about it. Today, just before the start, LeMond and Fignon warm up, circling each other, wary. 2 days ago, Greg still thought he had a chance.
Oh, I'll be ready for Sunday.
Yeah?
I'm going to give it my all, and it's still possible to win. It's still possible. It's going to be hard, but if I have a very good day and he has a bad day, call my favor.
LeMond is a student of his body and of the technology of his sport. There is little he doesn't understand about eating and of aerodynamics and how they have helped him in the trials so far. Having figured out the position his body must stay in, the focus he must have, Greg LeMond prepares to start the race. Quite simply, he must go faster than most think he can. What lies ahead is the Seine, the Eiffel Tower, the Place de la Concorde, the Champs-Élysées, and the finish. The last of the cyclists to go is the leader, Laurent Fignon, who believes that the wearer of the yellow jersey should always set the pace. Such is the case again.
If you don't like the superstars, Katarina Witt, Brian Bortano, Jill Trenery, Brian Orser, and more, all on ABC's Wide World of Sports, Saturday.
Greg LeMond employs the helmet, the disc on the wheel, and the posture created by the unique and controversial handlebars. The clock will tell him if it's all worth it. Laurent Fignon receives the final count at the start. One way or the other, he will wear the yellow jersey down the Champs-Élysées.
Greg has elected not to have his split times relayed to him from the pursuit car. This is an all-out ride. No strategy whatsoever.
Laurent Fignon, never leading this tour by more than a few seconds, now must defend the 50 he holds over Greg LeMond after 2,000 miles. Unlike LeMond, Fignon does choose two disc wheels. And his manager, Cyril Guimard, well, he's complained about the triathlete's bars at Greg LeMond's ride. The referee's decision, they're okay. The Parisienne, racing towards the city he was born and bred in, knows these roads so well. They've never been more important to him than this day.
LeMond has covered 7 miles. Right now, he has gained 21 seconds on Fignon. He needs at least 29 more. He is passing the offices of L'Équipe, the newspaper whose lineage is traced back to one printed on yellow paper, which started the Tour de France in 1903. Yellow paper, yellow jersey. Team LeMond, son Scott, wife Kathy wait for Daddy at the finish. Scott won't remember a thing, and Daddy's trying to get home as fast as he can.
So the most epic pursuit in the history of the Tour de France is on. The yellow jersey chasing for his life, chasing an American, Greg LeMond, just 2 minutes down the road.
Have been replaced by the Eiffel Tower as the backdrop for the race. Near the city limits of Paris, with 6.5 miles to go, LeMond is not picking up as much time. 24 seconds is the amount he has gained. He needs 27 more.
Aware that Greg LeMond is making the best time, Cyril Guimard urges on his charge in yellow.
Afternoon, still very hot. Greg LeMond heads for
of the tunnel by the Seine at 30 miles an hour.
Fignon must go faster. Some way, somehow, he has to get the clock back in his favor and has 7 miles to do it. Either way, these two men, separated by less than a minute for 2 weeks and joined by comeback dreams for 3 years, are heading straight to what seems to be a photo finish.
It is from Kodak. It is for the advanced photographer.
Greg LeMond is the fastest man at all the intermediate checks over all the 136 cyclists who have gone before him. But at his request, he has no idea how well he's doing. Right now, 2 miles to go to the finish on the Champs-Élysées, and he has gained 32 seconds on Laurent Fignon. He needs 19 seconds more as he streaks toward the Place de la Concorde. Laurent Fignon, knowing the urgency of the moment, must pick up more speed. He, in spite of the way Greg LeMond has strategically placed this race, has been getting as much information as he can.
When Fignon won the Tour back in '83 and '84, he won because of his prowess in time trialing. Ironic now for him to find himself on the defensive.
Fignon was entering the dark tunnel, but further up the Champs-Élysées, Greg LeMond now knew he was winning the stage, his 3rd stage victory of the Tour de France. The question that remained, was he getting the seconds that would give him the yellow jersey worn by Laurent Fignon?
Fignon moves along towards the Place de la Concorde that minutes ago was the arena for Greg LeMond.
Both of these riders in the Tour de France have known what it's like to come to the Concorde in the lead.
At the finish, Kathy LeMond, Greg's wife, plays the arithmetic game that everyone else is playing.
When Greg LeMond rides, he is aware of what is around him. He will be sensing the history of the place. You see the cobblestone road as he turns at the far end of the Champs-Élysées. He's now headed downhill toward the finish. He assumes that aerodynamic position on the bike. He will be going faster now than at any other stage of this time trial.
The Tour de France, after 2,030 miles, has come down to the last kilometer. The clock continues to tick in the right way. Otto, the man who greets Greg LeMond every day at the finish line and hands him food and drink. 0.6 of a mile. Fignon now nears the same line, but the news at the finish line continues to say that this is going to be so very close. LeMond and the final yards. He will clearly have the fastest time of all the cyclists today.
The seesaw battle through the Tour between these two men. First LeMond led, then Fignon, then LeMond again, then Fignon, and now who?
The last 200 yards. Ironically, Greg LeMond gains on Pedro Delgado, who fell from this race in the Alps. Delgado started 2 minutes before LeMond did. A reflection of just how fast Greg LeMond has been today. The bitter victory of '86, the hunting accident, the other injuries, and the lack of confidence seems so long ago. Approaches the Arc de Triomphe. The key time is 27:47. If he's slower than that, the yellow jersey is lost.
And Le Mans' time represented an average speed of 34 miles an hour. No Tour de France time trial has ever been quicker.
At the finish, Greg LeMond listens to French radio analyze the numbers. He still is not sure if he was fast enough. Now just over 2 football fields from the finish line, and still Greg LeMond doesn't know which way the closest Tour de France in history is going to go. The magic time is gone, 27:47, and that means the yellow jersey for Laurent Fignon has been lost.
Oh my God. Don't have a heart attack.
How does it compare, if it's possible that anything like this could compare with anything that's gone before with 1986 when you won it?
Nothing compares. Nothing.
After all the arithmetic about the time trial, did you really think that it was going to be possible?
I thought it was possible, but when I warmed up today, I didn't think it was possible because we had such a strong tailwind. And when you have a strong tailwind, it's hard to make a difference, but I didn't know until I crossed the line. Unbelievable.
Kathy's reaction. Kathy,
I can't
what's your feeling?
I never
Did you think you could do it?
No. I thought like 1%. So incredible. I can't believe
Laurent Fignon had become part of an intricate plot which he thought he had mastered, a plot which would end with him riding down the Champs-Élysées and winning the Tour de France, his third. But as we've been saying for 3 weeks, the clock doesn't understand those dreams, and neither does the Tour de France. And so the final standings in the 76th edition of the Tour de France reveal that Greg LeMond won in the smallest margin ever recorded in this race, 8 seconds. That was the difference about a football field after 2,031 miles in the Tour de France. Pedro Delgado finishes third, and Andy Hampsten, a major disappointment for the United States 7-Eleven effort.
Twice a winner and now a loser in his home city of Paris, Laurent Fignon knows both ends of a colored career. After Greg LeMond with his son just 5 years of age, he puts him on the #1 position on the podium. And between Greg LeMond and Laurent Fignon, they have made the 1989 Tour de France the greatest ever. And the reward is only one yellow jersey, and it goes to the United States and Greg LeMond.
Comebacks are always part of the fascination with sports, from so far down to so high up. Does it happen? Like so many things, it begins with the most simple belief, the one you must have in yourself. That must be translated into results by dedication. Knowledge that dedication, which feeds on belief, can make it so. Greg LeMond has held all these feelings, and now everyone must believe that this comeback takes the pessimists and puts them where they belong. Laurent Fignon will be told he was part of the greatest race of all, of cycling's greatest races. It will mean little to a man who was as fixated as Greg on winning once again. Dedication and belief will hopefully bring him back. How is it possible that the defending champion shows up late for the start? How is it possible Greg LeMond, with bad memories of this race and shotgun pellets in his body, can turn in the fastest one-day speed ever on the Tour? And how is it that Laurent Fignon could possibly be so strong, then give up so much time? We'll never know, but the Tours de France that will follow this one will struggle to beat this one, the one that held its greatest surprise until the last, the one starring Pedro, Laurent, and Greg.
Compaq is the leader in performance and intelligent innovation.
Martin, we've got an hour. It's made.
Compaq has gone the extra mile for today's power-hungry users.
Give me next quarter's figures.
Yes. Compaq has consistently shown engineering excellence.
10 minutes to spare. That's hardly even exciting, Martin.
Speak for yourself.
New team in pro cycling is leading the competition behind. The biggest names in cycling: Greg LeMond, Alan McCormick, Alexei Greywald. There's no slowing down with Greg LeMond and the Coors Light cycling team.
Now Total Raisin Bran is no longer the most nutritious. It's new Kellogg's Nutri-Grain Raisin Bran. With more vitamins and minerals, the one with the most nutrition is Nutri-Grain.
For every man who wears Brute, there's a woman who loves what he smells like. Because there's something about Brute that's nice to be close to.
Honey, I was just thinking about you.
Brute, it smells like a man.
This is Al Trawick back live in Paris. Greg LeMond, a winner of the Tour de France under amazing circumstances. One of the most incredible images today, seeing all the journalists at the finish line, once they knew that Greg LeMond had made this incredible comeback, kick the curb in disgust, knowing that the stories that they had filed today that showed Laurent Fignon winning this race were wrong. Greg LeMond's responses to the way he won this race were interesting, and after 2 hours of sitting around and relaxing and thinking about it, we had a chance to bring him over here in the shadow of the Place de la Concorde and get his impressions about the race. Greg, there's an awful lot to be said for peaking physically and emotionally at exactly the right time, isn't there?
I couldn't have hoped for anything better. It was really unexpected, and I think I performed extremely well under pressure, and I had hoped to do well in this Tour, but for me, doing well in this Tour de France, as I said before, the Tour was a top 20 finish, and really I never expected to be this good. I mean, riding this well.
I got a sense that when you lost the yellow jersey to Fignon and he led you by 50 seconds, that there was almost a pressure release, and that may have led to this performance today. Had you brought the yellow jersey to Paris, it may have been different.
Well, definitely. No, I don't think. I think if I had the yellow jersey going in the last time trial, I still would have won, because I've been performing better than him, extremely in the time trials. But I think the reason why I lost the yellow jersey in the first place was the pressure, and it allowed me to recuperate. And the final day, 3 days ago when I won, I know he's riding extremely well, but I started feeling good that day too, and I kind of bluffed him into. He was extremely strong in the mountains, but I felt very good from that day on, and I knew that if I didn't lose any more times in the mountains, 50 seconds, it was still possible.
When you came across the finish line today, what did you think about what you had done?
Well, I honestly asked my team car not to give me any splits because I did not want to know. I said I was going to do my all-out best effort. If I won or if I lost, the end result be the end result. And when I came across the line, you know, I heard that I'd done the best time on the time trial, and that I was, and when I crossed the line going the opposite side, I heard I had 35, 40 seconds, and I knew I had to take 10, 15 seconds up the top to the bottom. And so I gave it from that point as much as I could give.
Describe the difference between winning this one and why it may be better than what you did in 1986.
This one's 100 times better than 86 because one, in 86 there was a lot of talk about, you know, might have given me the Tour de France. It's what he had said, or he'd like to have said. And this race, I know I won it on my own. And 86 was a build-up process. I was third, second, and first. And I was healthy. From what I've gone through in the last 2 years, you know, it makes it so much better. There's nothing to compare.
Describe the relationship that you and Kathy have had through this, because while you're alone, you and her are Team Le Mans.
Exactly. Well, Kathy, we have been married since I've been 19, so I've been married a long time. And we have a very strong relationship. And she's been very supportive, but not only her mother and father, my mom and dad. I've got friends, Fred Mangoni, I've got Otto Giacomo, Masur, I've got those few people. They're the ones who helped me come back. And a lot of people, I remember when I was shot, there's